Ready. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and people in the audience. Welcome to the City Council meeting. It's the regular meeting of the City Council, the successor agency to the Culver City Redevelopment Agency Board, and the Culver City Parking Authority, Redevelopment Financing Authority, and Culver City Housing Authority Boards. The time is 6:56. And I will do a roll call. Councilmember Vera is absent. Councilmember Puza.
Present.
Councilmember Erickson.
Present.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Present.
And Mayor McMorrin.
Here.
Next up, we have recognition presentations.
Okay. Colleagues, please join me in the well. All right. Good evening, everyone. We're going to start off our recognitions this evening with a proclamation in recognition of National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. So, folks, join us in the front. Thank you so much for being here, both of you. September is National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, whereas as of 2022, suicide was the 11th leading cause of death in the United States, the second leading cause of death among individuals between the ages of 25 to 34. And whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone regardless of age, gender, race, orientation, income level, religion, or background, and whereas over 90% of the people who die by suicide have a diagnosable and treatable mental health condition, although often that condition was not recognized or treated. And whereas there is no single cause for suicide, and that suicide most often occurs when stressors exceed the coping abilities of someone struggling with mental health condition. And whereas organizations such as the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention envision a world without suicide and are dedicated to saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide through research, education, advocacy, and providing resources for those who have lost someone to suicide or who may be struggling. While recognizing suicide as a preventable national and state public health crisis and declaring suicide prevention as a priority. And whereas in Culver City and surrounding areas, those who may be struggling with thoughts of suicide have many resources available to them, including the D.D. Hirsch Mental Health Services, which provides professional counseling services Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 5 p.m. by calling 888-807-7250. I'll say that one more time, 888-807-7250. And whereas if you or someone you know needs help in a crisis, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, which is open 24 hours a day at the new historic 988 number. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Culver City Council of the City of Culver City, California, does hereby designate September 2024 as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in the City of Culver City and calls upon our citizens, public, and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit our community and city to increasing awareness and understanding of suicide prevention and the need for appropriate and accessible services to assist individuals in crisis. Dated this 9th day of September, 2024, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all council members. Share with you. Let me hold it. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. On behalf of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention and all those we have lost to suicide, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council for recognizing Suicide Prevention Week in Culver City. My name's Bridget McCarthy, and I'm here because I lost my amazing child, Riley Chart, who died by suicide September 16th, 2020. He was 16 years old, and he went to Culver City High School. Suicide is a public health problem. It's a leading cause of death in the United States, and it's preventable. It's the third leading cause of death among youth in general, but the risk is significantly higher among LGBTQ youth, just like my Riley. So on October the 19th, we'll be hosting the Los Angeles Out of the Darkness Walk on the Santa Monica Pier. It's a powerful connecting day of speakers and music and healing and coming together. So please join us, and you can sign up at afsp.org/LA Walk. Last year was such a great success for our walk that we were able to increase our educational programming by 177%. We trained thousands of people in schools and workplaces and thousands more online. It allowed us to advocate for bills supporting mental health and 988. And I personally traveled to Washington, D.C. to advocate for 988 expansion and funding at a local level. So the work we do is so important, and we can't do it without you. So please join us on October the 19th. Bring your team, bring your work team. Sign up at afsp.org/LA Walk. Thank you once again to the City Council for recognizing Suicide Prevention Week. Together, we can save lives. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick, and I lost my son Trevor. And I just want to say, and we used to have a saying in our family, and that's, love heals all. So thank you, Culver City.
All right, I'll be reading the proclamation, United Against Hate Week, September 21st through the 27th. Whereas the United States is a nation of immigrants whose strength comes from its diversity, and the Constitution enshrines equality on all individuals regardless of race, gender, orientation, religion, or political views, and whereas deep divisions within our country are the result of extreme ideology, perpetrating a cycle of mistrust and suspicion fueled by fear, anxiety, and insecurity, and whereas increased uncivil behavior, such as the visibility of hate crimes, violent acts, and hate speech, are now being more openly displayed in California communities and across the United States, has increased, and whereas United Against Hate Week is a call for local civic action to stop the hate and implicit biases that are a dangerous threat to the safety and civility of our neighborhoods, towns, and cities. And whereas joining the United Against Hate Week campaign is an important step in bridging divisions and healing communities. And whereas the city of Culver City, a city of kindness since 2017, is dedicated to preventing and opposing hate and intolerance in our community and advocates for and supports education, compassion, and cooperation as key components to unlocking, understanding, and embracing differences between people. And whereas the city of Culver City stands united against hate and sends a resounding message that we are united in a resolve to promote kindness, combat hate, and support the importance of promoting social justice, inclusion, and safety for all to foster an environment where every resident can live, work, and flourish without fear of hatred. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, stands in solidarity with LA versus Hate and the California versus Hate Coalition join over 200 communities to hereby enthusiastically proclaim September 21st through 27th, 2024 United Against Hate Week in Culver City, and encourages all residents to stand united against hate. Dated this 9th day of September 2024, signed by the mayor, vice mayor, and all the council members.
Mayor, we do have a speaker. I don't know if they're here yet. Aram Buryanyan for this item. Is he online? Okay, then we don't. Thank you. I'm sorry? Regular business, yeah. Thank you.
Seven, okay, it is. Will everyone rise, please, to say the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag
United States of America, to the republic, stands one nation, indivisible.
All right. So we didn't have closed session today, so we're moving right into community announcements. Councilmember Erickson.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to highlight two things here. The first is on September 18, there's a big celebration downtown organized by Downtown Business Association and the city and some of the celebrating entities. The Culver Hotel is 100 years, so that's being celebrated on September 18. And the MGM Studios is also 100 years. So you're going to see a lot of theme tied into the MGM's old movies. Like you're going to see yellow brick roads all over town. You're going to, here in downtown, you're going to see the red slippers in a big display and a lot of activities. So September 18, downtown. Then on this coming Wednesday, the Finance Advisory Committee they're having a discussion about housing and homelessness and affordable housing. So they have a panel about affordable housing, and it's over at Vets in the evening. So that's this Wednesday.
Councilmember Puza.
Thank you, Mayor. Summer 2024 was the hottest on record, breaking the record in 2023. So just a reminder of how real the climate crisis is. Hats off to the Culver City Senior Center. It was a designated cooling center during normal operating hours. The county also had cooling centers, and you can go to ready.lacounty.gov/heat for more information about that. Also appreciation to all of our staff who have to work in the heat, who have to wear uniforms in the heat in order to make our city continue to function and run. To that end, the mayor and I serve on the Sustainability Subcommittee. The staff did a wonderful job reorganizing the website. to go over all the sustainability efforts that we have. So you can go to Culver City Recycles, and that's plural, so culvercityrecycles.com, to go over all the initiatives that are going on in the city, from recycling to organics to trash collection to educational resources and current updates and events. And finally, September 15th through October 15th is Hispanic Heritage Month. The theme for 2024 is Pioneers of Change, Shaping the Future Together. So the month highlights the rich cultural heritage and significant contribution of Hispanic communities across the country. Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Just a, excuse me, just a notice on next, I believe it's Wednesday, is September 11th, an inauspicious day of remembrance at 7 a.m. at Fire Station 1, which is downtown. There's going to be their annual 9/11 flag raising ceremony in memory of those who lost their lives on that day. So there'll be scout troops there, and all of our first responders in Culver City will be present if they can be. It's a nice solemn event. If the public would like to come to that, it's good to go to. And then the only other thing is, we typically kind of talk about what we've been up to up here. And over the past month, started about a month ago, I offered to meet with folks, many of whom are in the audience today, to talk about, what they've been requesting, a ceasefire resolution. And I went into a meeting at Jackson Market about probably 3 weeks ago. It was myself and I think 12 other people, and it was a really a great learning experience, very challenging emotionally, and a lot of that emotion directed towards me, and it was very impactful for me. And out of that, the following meeting, I decided to request to agendize their request of a ceasefire resolution. And since that time, the meeting after that, I got a lot of people reaching out to me from the Jewish community, and I shared what the proposed proclamation was with them, and there were a lot of motions and a lot of opinions on that as well. And the experience, again, has been, pushing the envelope of my ability to, listen to folks. And I appreciate that, as challenging as it is. And because of that, I think we really, this is just me stating, I think we need to bring these communities together and have conversations, real conversations. I feel that we're talking, or the communities themselves are talking around each other and over each other. And I don't see a way for any kind of message coming from the dais as being fair to either side if we don't let folks talk to each other, or at least create a space in which that can happen. And I'm going to end with that for now. But it's important to listen, and it's it's not an overnight process. It's not you listen once and that fixes everything. It's trust building and empathy and sharing of ideas and position. And I don't feel like I'm equipped to decide what's right or wrong in that. And I just want to put that out there before we start the meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, y'all, good evening. I just want to flag 2 events and do a little remarks about the meaning of United versus Hate Week. So I just want to flag that on the 15th, there is going to be the Walk and Roll Festival at CCMS. Definitely want to plug that and make sure that families and community members come out and make sure that we support walk and rollers, safe routes to school. And if you have a kiddo that is walking, rolling, biking in our community, we want to make sure that they're safe. So just encouraging folks to come out and support that event, as well as the 40th annual cleanup the Ballona Creek Renaissance is hosting. They host several cleanups throughout the year, but this is like their flagship one that they host in Culver City. So that is on, did I just lose the date? Oh, no, it's right here. It's on the 21st from 9 to 12 at the Overland Ave entrance to Ballona Creek. So I'm sure the more the merrier. I think they do have a sign up on their website, ballonacreek.org. So it would be great to see as many neighbors out doing our part to keep our waterways clean. I remember last year I collected like 1.5 buckets of trash, and I was very proud of myself. It's a lot of trash that is in our waterways. I was proud to attend and be a part of the Hunt Institute. It is a early childhood education learning summit where folks from all over our nation gather to figure out how we can invest in care infrastructure for our families and how do we make it affordable and how do we make sure that we're locking arms in this crisis. It's been sort of something that touches all of us, so I felt very grateful to be in the space and representing along with other California elected officials, so I was very grateful to be in that space. I also, Ruby Bridges, y'all, she just celebrated her 70th birthday, like yesterday, and she integrated schools in the United States. I think that's significant to me because my own mother just celebrated her 74th birthday. I don't think my mama's that old. I think she looks very youthful and she's doing her yoga and she's hanging out, and I'm really grateful for that. But I think it just really contextualizes how close all of these achievements of integration, of valuing difference, of listening and hearing people's opinion, valuing people's lived experience, all of that is very new to our country. Folks who changed history are still living gratefully among us today. So in that spirit, you know, I'm excited to continue to celebrate United versus Hate Week, and I'm grateful that this year that we're doing more than proclaiming it, that we have some trainings and resources to go along with it. So I definitely encourage our neighbors and community members to show up and be a part of these trainings and resources that, you know, our HR and equity team worked really hard to bring to us. Of course, I hope that we will have a Hispanic Heritage Month recognition in our next council meeting, but definitely want to acknowledge our Hispanic, Latino community here, and just grateful for their leadership and support in Culver City. And we will continue with the meeting. Thank you for giving me time for those announcements. Are there any announcements from staff or committees, commissions, or boards? Or can we? Okay.
Items from staff?
Do
Yes.
you have one? Wonderful.
I do. This
All
is
right.
Jeremy Bocchino, City Clerk, wearing my elections official hat. I will be sharing something with you momentarily. Let's see. Ta-da! It is National Voter Registration Day next Tuesday. So everyone at this time should be looking to register to vote or to check and update your voter registration because you might have moved, you've changed your name since you last voted, or you got married. You can go to nationalvoterregistrationday.org. Under Register to Vote, you click on your state. I have to click on this to get back to it. Hold on one second. We go to California, and it takes you to vote.gov/register.california, and it says how to register, how to do everything online. You can do it by mail You can do it in person. The city clerk's office also has the forms that you need. If you want to come in and pick one up, we can do that for you. Please register, and before you know it, November 5th, we'll be here. Here are your deadlines. Online registration deadline is October 21st. Register by mail deadline is postmarked by October 21st, and in-person deadline is Tuesday, November 5th. And we'll be having a vote center right here at City Hall. That will be an 11-day vote center right in the Pataccio room, so right on the first floor as you walk in. Thank you.
Thank you. What happened to Birdie?
I'm sorry?
Do we still have Birdie?
Oh, Bertie's here. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
Bertie will start showing up.
Okay, looking forward to it. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, we are moving on to presentations to City Council.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, public. Happy to be here. My name is Shay Cunningham, and I am the co-manager of the Sustainable Business Certification Program for the City of Culver City. And I'm also a resident of Culver City. And I'm here to give you your update of year 6 of the program. I can't believe already year 6 is here. So yes, let's go ahead and take it away. So just kind of as a refresher, the Sustainable Business Certification Program in Culver City is actually a part of the statewide California Green Business Network. So we're one of the 51 cities and counties that are funded by this program and belong to this program. Over 4,700 certified businesses have been certified statewide so far. Next slide. So again, just a little overview of the process of becoming a certified business in the city. The businesses register at the website. One of our team members contacts them to review the process. Then we enroll them in the CAGBN database, which is the California Green Business Network. We schedule an on-site assessment, and then we put together an action plan to the business, and then we basically hold the business's hands through the whole entire process, sort of concierge service. And then once all these criteria are met, then the business becomes certified. And we have still a 2-tier system, so there's basic certification, and then there's the next level up, which is certified innovator. And we also have, in the last few years, have an equity and green business sub-program, and this gives actually up to $1,000 in rebates for businesses that are certified Black, Indigenous, people of color owned, or minority-owned businesses. And this year we have 4 of these businesses that have been certified. So just continuing the focus on equity. We had 5 businesses this year that were assessed and 4 achieved certification. And we did exhaust our funds this year. And key benefits of the program are conserving resources, reducing pollution and waste, saving money on utility bills for the businesses, improving well-being of customers and employees, assisting businesses with incentives, and also that includes free devices and rebates with our partners at SCE and Golden State Water. And then we also have public recognition as a business leader, which is a good incentive for businesses to participate. As I mentioned, the CAGBN membership, they receive a digital seal and a window cling to display to their customers. And it also obviously supports the city's sustainability and climate action goals. These are the partnerships that we have. So Sustainable Works, Balanced Approach. I'm the principal of Balanced Approach. Susie Borlito is the co-executive director of Sustainable Works. We work closely together. And as I mentioned, the CAGBN. And then we also have the Downtown Business Association and the Chamber of Commerce. And these are our utility partnerships and also businesses that help to implement our energy efficiencies and water efficiencies. And here are the businesses that were certified this year that we're going to be celebrating actually on September 18th, the next week, downtown Culver City, right here at the Culver Hotel. So it's during their centennial celebration, so that's kind of extra special. It begins at 5:30 p.m. and you are all invited, so please come if you can. So we had 9 of the businesses this year are in the office and retail sector. 2 of the businesses achieved certification, or rather innovator tier certification level, Prime Store Development and Branches Atelier. And I should just go ahead and read to you the other businesses in the office retail sector include Zuga Yoga, Blank Spaces, Sock Panda, Kirk Douglas Theater, the Culver Hotel, the Wen Museum, and Echo Horizon School. And then also the restaurant inside the Culver City Hotel, Lily's, also became certified this year. And these are just their lovely logos for you to check out. And now I'm going to sort of give you the rundown of the positive impacts that these businesses are making. So together, these 10 businesses, drum roll, next slide, are saving over 1 million gallons of water every year, which is enough to fill 10 backyard swimming pools. They are also saving over 129,000 kilowatt hours of energy, which is the same as eliminating 2,500 miles driven by an average gasoline-powered car off the road. They are diverting from the landfill over 5,600 pounds estimated of solid waste, which is basically 320 pounds, or bags rather, of food scraps composted rather than put into the landfill. Over 9,000 pounds of emissions are avoided, which is the equivalent of planting 90 trees. And then annually, for all the businesses that we have now certified, 87 of them, over the past 6 years, annually we are saving 4.8 million gallons of water, or over 474,000 kilowatt hours of energy, over 8,600 pounds of solid waste diverted from the landfill, 552,000 pounds of greenhouse gases avoided, and then this is to a combined energy and water cost savings of about $110,000 every year for these businesses. And that's all I have for you, but I am here for any questions you might have.
I'm just really grateful for your stewardship of this program, for your continued advocacy, for ensuring this program continue. Really appreciate that, and looking forward to next week. The impact is really clear, so just thank you. Please be encouraged. I know it's not easy to lead and steward this work, but very grateful for your leadership, and just thank you for taking the time to do this presentation. Colleagues, any other comments? Councilmember Erickson?
No, looking forward to the ceremony at the hotel.
Councilmember
Thank you
Busa?
so much.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and congrats on 6 years. And you know I want to see the program grow and expand. Last time we talked, you talked about how there's kind of a shelf life to this. Do you know off the top of your head how many businesses need to go through the renewal process?
Yeah, every 3 years,
Okay.
we recertify.
So I guess, got it. I can do the math.
Okay.
I have to sit down and do it, though, on
Great.
paper.
Yeah. Yeah, because, measures change, we scale up a little bit, and we want to make sure, things like, in the beginning, we didn't have the option to purchase renewable energy off the grid, and now we do. So now that's a requirement of all of our businesses.
And is there ever any lack of interest in the program, or is it continuously being selective?
Well, not everybody, we do knock on doors, we do make cold calls. Not everybody goes for it.
Yeah.
So but everyone who has gone for it seems to be pretty happy about it.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your work.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Shay.
Thank you, Dan.
So moving on now to joint public comments. Items not on the agenda. Do we know how many comments that we have so far?
We have approximately 35.
35, so we can do 90 seconds? Thank
That'll
you.
be a minute and a half.
Yeah, 90 seconds.
Good evening. I'm going to go ahead and call the first 10 names so everyone can get prepared.
And before you do, can we remember to read our statement? Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder.
No worries.
So this is a statement regarding hate speech. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first 10 speakers are Mary Duvall, Stephen Jones, Arem Perjanian, Emily D., Mariah Begg, Holly Steinberg, Mariah Fontaine, Sarah Blau, Eric Rudin, and Daniel McFargen. Our first speaker is Mary Duvall, with 1 minute seated.
I've never been first before. Good evening, Mayor McMorrin, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and City Council. I'm here this evening to repeat a request I voiced at the Mobility Subcommittee meeting last month. I believe it is imperative that we have robust data collection as we move forward with the next iteration of Move Culver City. Many questions come to mind. What data will be collected and by whom? How and when will the data be aggregated? And most importantly, when and where will the data be made available to the public? This request is not intended as a criticism of staff. However, if they are not able to furnish us with this data in a timely manner, perhaps we need to hire someone who is specifically tasked with data collection and dissemination. It's also imperative that the data we have already collected for MOVE be maintained and kept available to the public. With the data collected from the next iteration of MOVE, we should have a robust picture of our mobility patterns into and through our downtown area over the course of several years. Please make sure that numbers are collected regarding cut-through traffic. Complaints about cut-through traffic was ostensibly a main motivator for the installation of Move Culver City. The amount of cut-through traffic needs to be one of our metrics. Lastly, with 2028 coming closer by the day and regional leaders proclaiming we will have a car-free and/or transit-first Olympics, I'm happy to see that the discussion of Culver City's plans will be moving from the domain of a closed committee to a space or spaces for diverse voices from our entire community. With the time I have remaining, I'd like to remind you all to please take the Clean Air Pledge. Go to the Coalition for Clean Air homepage, then click on Organization Resources and go to the organization portal. Choose Bike Culver City or the Green New Deal Club as your organization. It will ask for your name only so that we can contact you to make sure you receive your I Pledged pin. It's small, but it's very tasteful and beautiful designed. The Green New Deal Club, as of this morning, was not listed as an option to choose, but hopefully will be soon. There's just a small glitch we're working on. We also have a QR code, which streamlines the process and is available on all of our social media. Thank you for the time and for supporting clean air.
I have a really quick question. Can you
Yeah.
repeat the website one more time?
Yeah,
I didn't
it's,
catch it.
I don't know exactly how it's worded. I think it's California Clean Air Coalition, or Coalition, no, it's Coalition for Clean Air, I think. I'm not sure which way. If you just Google either one, it'll come up.
Google's one. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Jones. Stephen, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
I'm worried about the lack of planning with the construction downtown. It feels like the city didn't give any thought to bus riders. Thousands of us ride the number one bus every day, and we were extremely surprised by the lack of notice for the detours and delays. The westbound buses have been consistently late since construction began. If you ride with me in the morning, you'll see a bus full of hot, pissed off riders, many who are late for work. I've read that delays with the number 5 have resulted in kids being late for school too. And running the buses on Venice is a hardship not to be taken lightly. It may not be that hard for a driver to go a block out of their way up to Venice, but for someone who needs to run and catch a bus at the end of a long shift in 100-degree heat, it sucks. As for proper notice, there's no mention of bus detours in the construction notice at all. There are signs at the stops that are removed, but it doesn't seem like the rider alert system was used. If you go to the website or use the app, there's no indication whatsoever that anything is different. And what's more, the bus tracking is totally broken. Westbound buses are just totally invisible. And that's the message we're getting, that bus riders are invisible to this city. The fact that this construction is being handled with such disregard to transit riders is adding insult to injury. This is a project whose purpose is to reprioritize cars over everything else, and even with the construction plan, you're showing how little thought is given to bus riders. Please help us. I also want to again state my support to agendize a resolution calling for a durable ceasefire in Gaza and return of all hostages. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram Perjanian. Not seeing them in chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Emily D.
Good evening. I'm here to thank Councilmember O'Brien for listening to his constituents and making a motion for ceasefire. Also, thank you to Councilmember Vera for continuing to have a dialogue with the people who are calling for peace in our city. And Councilmember Puza for his meeting. A ceasefire resolution is only divisive if you're a racist. Very simple. For those who ignored the motion and remained silent, that is exactly what you would have done during the Holocaust. That's exactly what you did while Armenians were getting slaughtered in Artsakh. But yet some chose to elevate one group in October with a divisive statement and weren't silent about Ukraine. Interesting. Councilmember O'Brien and Vera have always cared about our Culver City way before they ran for office. But for those who only use this council seat as a stepping stone to further a political career, we will remember your silence at every election cycle. There is no right or wrong. There's only humanity. In the last few days, over 750,000 Israelis have been taking to the streets to demand ceasefire, which includes my husband's cousin and family in Tel Aviv. Once again, we ask you to be leaders and end the hate in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariah Begg, followed by Polly Stenberg. Is it Maria or Mariah? Okay. And not seeing them in chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Polly Stenberg.
Good evening, council members and Mayor McMorrin. My name is Polly Stenberg, a proud Culver City Jew from a long line of Jewish leaders. I am a leader. I am one of the Jews who met with Vice Mayor O'Brien. Tonight, one of you must make a motion to agendize the discussion of an immediate and permanent mutual ceasefire resolution in Gaza. This motion tonight must be supported. This is a minimum demand which I know that you have the capacity, support, knowledge, and capability to meet. This action will bring the Jewish community together and is necessary for this council body on this dais where all stakeholders and the community can participate. Jewish people, hand in hand with our Palestinian neighbors, need so much healing. We are all in pain. We need to stand together. We need you to unilaterally resist any destructive illusion of division and create the policy pathway for our solidarity. I await the motion tonight and the 2 head nods we need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariah Fontaine, followed by Sarah Blau.
Hello, I'm Mariah Fontaine, resident homeowner and teacher at Culver City High School since 2009. I've already poured out my heart to you in emails, at council meetings, and at small group gatherings outside of council about passing a mutual permanent ceasefire resolution. And Vice Mayor O'Brien, thank you. I'd be happy to dialogue with any Culver City neighbor about this matter in any forum. Tonight, I'd like to respond specifically to council's resolution passed on October 23rd, quoting, I quote, condemning the recent attacks on Israel and standing in solidarity with Israel and its people, and expressing deep concern for the innocent civilians in Gaza. Those recent attacks were 11 months ago, and since then, more hostages have been killed by the Israeli military than have been saved, and Israel has seen its largest protests in history, with 750,000 people taking to the streets demanding a ceasefire and immediate release of hostages. As for, quote, deep concern for innocent civilians in Gaza, since then, 40,939 murdered bodies have been actually physically counted by the Gaza Health Ministry, while leading international health experts estimate the real death toll as 194,000, upwards of 335,000. Just today, Israel fired 5 2,000-pound bombs on 20 tents full of civilians, killing the inhabitants and burying them in 30-foot deep craters. Even if you don't agendize a ceasefire resolution tonight, I ask that you would consider addressing the October resolution that was already passed, to review it or amend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Blau, followed by Eric Rudin.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm just going to read what I said last time in the hopes that what we're asking for is agendized. My name is Sarah Blau. I'm a resident of Culver City, a public health professional, and a descendant of Holocaust survivors. Tonight, I am asking the Council to agendize the immediate and permanent mutual ceasefire resolution. Though it can feel a world away, the ongoing suffering of the Palestinian people in Gaza matters to me as both a Jewish American and a resident of Culver City. As Jews, our tradition teaches us that every life is precious, every person is an entire world, and every death is a world extinguished. This ceasefire resolution is a way for us to affirm support for our Palestinian neighbors who have not only suffered the loss of their families, but in many cases have faced societal consequences for asking those around them to acknowledge 11 months of devastation. I do not share others' concerns that this resolution will divide our community, but rather feel pride in our multi-faith coalition and the hundreds of thousands of humanitarians that echo this call. Change starts at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Rudin, followed by Daniel Nickfargen. Okay, not seeing them in chamber or online. Our next speaker is Daniel Nickfargen.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I've now been here 3 times before you to ask a simple question, and that is, what are you going to do to make the world better than when you got here? And three times that answer has been to agendize and begin just the discussion of a immediate, mutual, and permanent ceasefire. Last time I wrote something, the time before I have that, I wrote something too. But at this point, I'm tired of writing something because since we've last spoken the first time, there have been hundreds of dead, innocent men, women, and children. And here we are still wondering, are we going to offend some people? It doesn't matter because at this point, you are at a moment in history where what you do will echo throughout time, regardless of city politics, who's going to win the next election. It doesn't matter because we are at a point where we are losing millions. We're going to lose. Come on. I shouldn't have to stand here, and I apologize for yelling, but this is just, is there a limit? Because I don't think so, and please, let's just talk. We'll sit and talk. That's all I ask for, just let's talk. But we gotta agendize it now, because if we don't, we'll never have that discussion, and thousands more will die.
All right. Thank you. So our next 10 speakers are Maria Jacobo, Melissa Sanders, Karen Marks, George Aziz, Jared Bailey, Lydia Ponce, Nagaim Elbeck, Steve Siegel, Jim Shanman, and James Richardson. So our next speaker is Maria Jacobo.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having us. My name is Maria Jacobo, and this is Candian Simmons and Sandra Huerta. We are here on behalf of the Women in Business Committee with the Culver City Chamber of Commerce, and we would like to invite you and the community to join us for our 9th annual Women in Business Awards Luncheon on Friday, October the 25th at the Shea Hotel here in Culver City from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. This is a day where we will be celebrating and honoring our winners of the favorite female business and nonprofit leaders. We will be honoring our founder, our innovator, our trailblazer, our nonprofit leader, and our visionary. And so I encourage the community to go to culvercity.com, Facebook, and Instagram to nominate your favorite business or nonprofit leader, and also to register to attend on Friday, October the 25th at the Shea Hotel. We're really looking forward to having you there, and just want to give you the mission statement. Our mission statement is the Women in Business Council serves to foster the Culver City Chamber's mission by supporting women who lead through their professional and community endeavors and whose influence is felt in Culver City and beyond. The council strives to inspire, empower, connect, promote, and support women in business in all stages of their careers. Thank you so much for having us today. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Maria, what time is it that day?
Yes, it's going to be from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., so it'll be a lunch.
Thank you.
At the Shea Hotel, October the 25th on Friday. So everyone's welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders. Not seeing her in chambers or online. We're going to keep moving here. Our next speaker is George Aziz. Okay, not seeing them online or in the council chambers. Our next speaker is Jared Bailey.
Good evening. I'm a Culver City resident for going on 11 years now, and I wanted to ask the council to agendize a ceasefire resolution. I do not believe this is a divisive issue. In fact, at the time of his assassination, Martin Luther King was the most vilified person in this country. Everyone said that everything that he ever did divided the country. That's nonsense. You cannot hide behind this. This is not divisive. Stop being cowards. Stand up. Pick up your boots. You pick up your boots, cowards, and agendize this resolution. It's not divisive. Peace is not divisive. Stop playing in our faces. This is silly. Like, are you serious? Why did you take this job? For what? You are cowards. Every single one of you. You disgust me. I'm actually offended by your lack of action on this. You disgust me. Grow a spine. This is devastation on a level unseen in history. You cannot sit idly by and just, it's divisive. Cowards.
Okay. Our next speaker is Lydia Ponce. Lydia, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Neighbor in the four corners of what is known as the West Side. I am a Mayo Quechua indigenous grandma, and I can't tell you, it's not enough time right now to share with you how many different ways I have wept and my heart has broken into thousands and thousands of pieces to the point where it's dust, and I'm waiting for that big wind to just blow my heart away. And you can do something about it right now, because we know far too many indigenous people here on Turtle Island that do not have land. But imagine, if you will, your home and someone knocks on your door and demands that you leave your home as you stand with whatever you have on and demands your home. Like, that right there is enough for me to lose it, and let alone all the children. I have a newborn 5-month-old granddaughter, and when she was born, I had such a hard time. You know, the parallels in our life, it's just like looking into a mirror when I see these lives being taken. It's genocide. It's not a war. And you can do something about it. You can do something right here. You can make it a better day for everyone in the Four Corners territory. You can put it on the agenda. You can make this a proclamation, and you can really instill some community efforts for mutual aid for the relatives that we have yet to meet, just because they're way over there. The parallel
Ms.
life.
Ponce, your time has expired.
I'm going to close with this. There was a woman carrying a bird in a cage. My little birds had 2 little eggs hatch. And every day I'm just walking and living in my prayer. Please join all of us. Agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hong Nai Elbick. I see that you're on WebEx, but it doesn't look like you have the ability to speak with the microphone, so I can come back to you. Our next speaker is Steve Siegel. Steve, you've been
Thank you.
unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you very much. The residents of Fox Hills last meeting were not thrilled about absorbing a lot of the planned growth in their neighborhood. They and anyone else who's not thrilled with how many new housing units are going in, which is a large number, state mandated 3,341. Your quarrel is not with the current council majority. I heard a lot of that. That's not the people who put in these numbers. That was done before, to my knowledge, Megan Sally Wells, Alex Fish, Daniel Lee, and I think Yasmin McMorrin also involved. So your quarrel is with them, and I have seen what the Culver City Democrats United recommended candidates, and those candidates are for moderation in growth. They're not for excessive and extreme building, which the other candidates are and the previous majority was. So just so you know, when you're voting this coming up cycle, please do take a look and see who is being recommended as moderate growth people. Those are the same people who put in for very extreme building. They also are responsible for the gridlock downtown and then the lawsuits connected with extending the misery of downtown gridlock. There's really no reason for it. And the third area where you should look very closely at is they want to defund, in essence, the police. They use monikers like care-based budgeting and reimagining the police. The reality is we don't want to end up with response times that Los Angeles has. It's very slow if they even answer.
Mr. Siegel, your
and
time is
criminals know this.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Shanman. Jim, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for the time this evening. I'll try to go quickly in my 90 seconds. As your Safe Routes to School coordinator, I just wanted to call attention to a few things that are happening regarding our schools in the coming weeks. First and foremost is we are doing a parent travel survey right now. So we're asking all parents, no matter how you get to school, whether you walk, bike, drive, carpool, use transit, please go to ccwalkandroll.com and take the survey so we can get as much data as possible on how people are actually getting to and from school. This Sunday is our Walk and Roll Festival. Thank you, Ms. Mayor, for putting that out there. It's at the Culver Middle School parking lot from 10 until 1. It is free. We have bike skills courses, free bike helmets, free bike repair. Culver City PD will be there registering bikes to help prevent against theft. Culver City Bus will be on site so people can learn how to load their bikes on their buses. We've got food, music, and more, so please come on out and join the festivities that day. And our annual art contest, which will be kicking off our Art Walk on October 5th, will also be in honor of Ruby Bridges Day, which is November 14th. So again, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for lifting that up. We are going to make a focus on it for this year and try to get some kids creating some artwork and writing some essays for this wonderful civil rights hero that sadly seems to go unnoticed most years. But we're going to do our best to bring some attention to that in whatever way we can. And I just want to remind everybody to come October, it's Pedestrian Safety Week. And around all of our schools, there should always be Pedestrian Safety Week. So please drive carefully, pay attention to the little kiddos that are out there, stop at your stop signs, slow your speed down, and do your best to make some space for those that are trying to get around the city somehow other than a car. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Rudin. Eric, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Very much, and thank you for calling me. October 7th was a day that destroyed so many families and shook so many of us. It was the biggest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. I never thought as a Jew and a Zionist, like the vast majority of Jews are, that I would live in a time when anti-Semitism was so alive and well, where the lone Jewish state would be falsely accused of genocide after a genocide was perpetrated against us not long ago. I thought openly hateful acts against Jews would be relegated to the history books and that my child would grow up in a world with less hate towards Jews than the one I did. Sadly, so far, that is not the case. The war that followed October 7th has also destroyed many families and shaken many of us. It feels like there is little hope. I know it is not helping. Bullying and more hate are not helping anyone at all. Inviting an outside anti-Semitic group to come intimidate Jews in our city council is not helping anyone. Like the quote-unquote protests on college campuses, they are not supportive of the Palestinian people. They are anti-Israel's right to exist as a nation to their very core. They deny Israel's right to exist, self-determination, and self-defense. It is just as abhorrent as being against this two-state solution and denying Palestinian people the right to live in a state of their own with dignity. Rather than increase the anger with resolutions that stand only to pit one group of people against another, we need to start making the progress toward healing as neighbors. I want to live in a city where neither my daughter nor any of her classmates at our Culver City schools are discriminated against. I want more interfaith gatherings where we enjoy each other's company and watch our children play.
Your time is expired.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and I hope we can all move forward together.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Richardson.
Good evening, Culver City Council. It's been a while since I've seen you all. Goran, Dan, Yasmin, Albert, and Freddie, and all the people here who's probably listening. I'm not going to put or say anything that hasn't already been said. I am going to put a light twist on it, though. Imagine for a second that you're calling out to somebody and nobody answers you. Imagine how that feels. Feels like you're nobody. You don't exist, right? You're a ghost. You're dead, right? No shots fired. But that's kind of how politics has been going on for the past few years in this country and abroad. People aren't listening to each other, and when they do listen, they're not really listening to understand. They're trying to respond in a way to oppress another instead of learning how to coexist. Whatever's going to be put on this agenda, I want to put as just a thought, a seed in your head. Imagine if this city didn't have any type of hatred, any type of injustice, any type of oppression. Would you still call it Culver City?
Thank you. Our next 10 speakers are Taylor Vivianco, S.J. Chandler, Maria Lopez, Travis Morgan, Tom O'Neill, Fawaz Estwani, Fernando Islas, Alex Markotsky, Audrey Yamrowicz, and Majid Harb, and Lisa Schultz. So our next speaker is Taylor Vivanco. Taylor, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
This meeting started with a declaration of the upcoming United Against Hate Week. We'll stand against hate, but what's more hateful than going out to murder someone? Today I went to work and I wondered how many people were going to die today. Since October, over 40,000 people in Gaza have been confirmed as killed. These people were murdered. War always leads to murder. If Culver City stands against hate, they should stand against war and stand against murder. How many people are going to die today? Since October, over 40,000 people have been killed. And I say over 40,000, but this number is likely much higher. While it's become so difficult to search for and discover the bodies of the dead, the health ministry has also nearly collapsed, making it impossible to track and verify how many people have been murdered. How many people died today, we may not ever know. All of Gaza has become a graveyard. People are not able to bury their children, their mothers, their fathers, their brothers, their siblings, their grandparents. You highlight our Latino leaders in this community, but this past weekend was a West Side Chicano moratorium, and we chanted for a ceasefire and heard the speeches on why a ceasefire is so important in front of Culver City's City Hall. But you have failed to call for a ceasefire. How many people were murdered today? We don't know, and why that doesn't fill you with infinite horror and dread, I do not know. We don't know how many people were murdered today, but until the City Council calls for a ceasefire, Culver City remains complicit in this murder. Let's agendize an immediate, permanent, and mutual ceasefire now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stay Chandler.
Hi, I'm Esty, a producer, human rights advocate. Culver City is the hub of my family's life. Since late October, when your council's resolution failed to recognize the wonderfully diverse popular desire for a ceasefire, I watched the despair and frustration grow among So, excuse me, so many in this community who rightfully feel their pain and suffering and that of their friends and family members continues to be ignored. As a proud Jewish American, I can tell you that my Jewish community supports a ceasefire. I'm asking the council to agendize an immediate mutual permanent ceasefire resolution tonight. I've been fortunate to watch resolutions move through 16 greater LA city councils and witness the beautiful new community formed as a result continue to grow. This resolution is crucial to fostering unity, healing the community, and building a city where everybody feels they belong. This is a genocide. History has her eyes on all of us. For the rest of our lives, we will all be asked what we did to stop this genocide. I hope you will each be able to tell your children about leading your council to pass a ceasefire resolution to help save every human life possible. All lives are equal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Lopez, followed by Travis Morgan. Not seeing them in the chambers or online. Our next speaker is Travis Morgan. Travis, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd first like to just clarify that the Fox Hills concern is not with the RENA number of about 3,000 units spread across the entire city over a period of 8 years. Rather, our concern is the potential of 20,000 units to be built in our neighborhood under the unbalanced decisions of this council's majority. I just spoke this morning with our fair housing attorney about the proposed zoning code updates, and our attorney has noted that the proposed zoning clearly violates California's affirmatively furthering housing statute, Fair Housing Statute 889950, based on Fox Hills' history as a historically Black neighborhood. I asked how this housing element could have been approved in the first place a year ago by HCD, and his response was that the state was not aware of the racial history of Fox Hills. But as of this week, HCD will now be provided with this important context. Our attorney believes that this is an open and shut case of furthering decades of racial discrimination, and with this important historical context, it will almost be certainly denied by the state as violating 889950, which would send the city into builder's remedy. We do have a proposed compromise with the city that would involve reducing or increasing the density designation of the mixed-use industrial corridor and concordantly reducing.
Our next speaker is Tom O'Neill, followed by Fawaz Istwani.
Thank you, council members. I call for you to reject the calls for a resolution for an unconditional ceasefire. 75 years of history demonstrate the result of capitulation by Israel to international pressure to stop protecting herself from invaders. The last manipulation, or rather manifestation of that, was October 7th, 2023. The gentleman who spoke earlier said peace is not divisive. True enough. But sadly, peace and war is not won on paper or at a table. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fawaz Istwani, with 1 minute seated.
Council members, hello, good evening. I wasn't going to come here today, but I think I owe it to the dying people, dying children overseas, as well as to all our supporters who came out to really spend a lot of time trying to stop the violence. To the earlier caller, he's worried about his daughter. I think it'd be a lot easier to let him know that he was the generation that made peace with the Palestinians versus the generation that genocided the Palestinian people. I think making peace is giving people equality, not occupying their homes of hundreds of years, making peace with their neighbors, and having talks like Mr. O'Brien said. I think that's really a great idea. I just want to say, at the end of the day, we all come to a crossroad, all of us here. We got to ask ourselves, well, what's after this? Is there accountability? Well, for me, there is. We call it Judgment Day. One day, my grandfather taught me I will face my maker and we get judged on what we did. You guys are in a hard position because you represent us. I mean, your word, it sounds, it's volume. You got to be responsible for what you guys take, what your actions are. And I think making peace would be a lot better than the genocides going on overseas. You guys need to take action. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fernando Islas. Fernando, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello, radio check. Good evening.
Oh, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was unlocked and it got locked again. I don't know what happened there. But good evening, Culver City. My name is Fernando Islas, as the man just mentioned. I'm a lifelong Angelino. I was born and raised here in LA. I'm 37 now, and I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I served this country from 06 to 10, to include deployment to Fallujah, Iraq, 7-month deployment. I'm calling in to stand in solidarity with the people of Culver City that have been asking for you guys to agendize this resolution for a ceasefire out in Gaza. I'm standing in solidarity, obviously, with the people of Palestine who have been undergoing a genocide, occupation. I want to point out that Mr. Warren, or whatever his name said earlier, was talking about how this is against Jews. It has nothing to do with Judaism, everything to do with Zionism, because it's trying to control Palestine. It's trying to take over. So the question isn't whether Culver City should agendize the resolution or not. The question is, why hasn't Culver City agendized the resolution? Cities all across the country have done it. Culver City needs to do the same. Ceasefire now, free Palestine. You'll be rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Markowski.
Good evening, everyone. Just want to say that appreciate the time. I've never done anything like this before, but I'm a resident of Culver City. I have a daughter, she's 2.5 years old, and I'm a proud anti-Zionist Jew. And what's been happening for the last, 10, 11 months has just been unconscionable. And this is the issue that kind of keeps me up at night. And a lot to say that's not needed to be repeated. It's been said a lot better than I can say it, but a ceasefire resolution is the bare minimum. That is the floor of what we need to do. There's cities like Portland, Maine, who voted to divest from Israel, which is, I think, what is also going to be needed in the future. And I personally know people that have lost over 150 members of their family, in Palestine, and it's devastating. And just thinking about seeing all the children who have died needlessly, and we're all just standing by doing nothing. I think, as others have said, people always love to say, oh, if I was in the Holocaust, I would have sheltered Jews, I would have put them in my attic, or whatever. What you have done is what you're doing now, and what you're doing now is nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Audrey Yarmowicz, followed by Majed Harb.
Hello, my name is Audrey Yarmowicz. I'm a software engineer living over here on Jasmine, and I am asking for the council to agendize our immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution tonight. This war is being felt here in Culver City. I am Jewish and very proud of my religion and cultural history, but Israel's actions, backed by the United States, are making Jews everywhere less safe. By conflating anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, voices demanding reasonable peace have been silenced, and actual anti-Semitic voices are being amplified. I am afraid. I fear for the emboldened anti-Semites. I fear the emboldened anti-Semites. I fear for my family in Tel Aviv, and I fear for the people of Gaza. This war in Gaza must end. According to The Lancet, over 9% of Gaza's pre-war population has been killed. And the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs warns that if a ceasefire is not reached by the end of the year, the death toll will surpass 335,000, or between 15 to 20% of the pre-war population. It is up to the government of Israel to stop this war. As CNN reported last week, both Hamas and UN have both ratified the U.S.-backed ceasefire deal. Israel is the only obstacle to peace, and the President of the United States has the power to force Israel to sign it. For my brothers and sisters in Israel, for the starving people of Gaza, and for the Jewish community here in Culver City, this war must end. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Majed Harb, followed by Lisa Schultz.
Hello, my name is Majid. I'm a civil engineer. I used to work for the city of Los Angeles. Now, I think the issue before us is not about Gaza. It's about who we are, really, as American. And that's not to lessen the suffering in Gaza. I didn't sleep last night seeing the kids, hundreds of kids being killed. You know, I didn't sleep because I saw how the Israeli soldiers shot an American just a few days ago, Aisha Noor. They shot her. She's a volunteer, basically, and nobody did anything. So I'm really worried about America. You know, America wins the wars by its principles. That's why I came here 35 years ago, because America resembles the best in humanity. All of a sudden, our politicians are turning it into hell, basically, just because of their political ambitions and so far, basically. And here's a word for Mr. O'Brien about his discussion. Maybe there are some members of the community that would like to see more killing of children. I can't stand, how can somebody in the 20th century see the killing that's going on? More than 100 kids are killed every day in front of our eyes, with our money, with our weapons. Basically, we are supplying these weapons and money, you know. So that's why my suggestion is, you don't have to stand with this guy or whatever for political reasons. You have to stand for the American principles. Stand for principles. And this country is based on principles.
Our next speaker is Lisa Schultz with 1 minute seated.
Good evening, council members, and the one courageous council member, Dan O'Brien. I wasn't prepared to speak tonight because I was having a personal emergency, but then I thought, you know who's really having a personal emergency? All of the people that I've been working with in Gaza and the West Bank for the last 10 years, because they're being bombed, their children are being blown to bits, their children have lost 2, 3, 4 limbs. Every single person I know in Gaza has lost everything. Their past, their memories, their futures, up to 450 members of their family. That's who's having a bad day and a personal emergency. And when you sit here and you have the nerve to talk about hate and how Culver City is against hate, I want to talk about the biggest hate crime that we know of. May I get a show of hands to people who think that's the Holocaust? Council members, mayor, would you say the Holocaust is the greatest hate crime of your knowledge? Because we're in a position where we're about to see an entire population wiped off of the face of the earth because cowards like yourself are too concerned about your political capital and wasting it on the children of this world. I am fucking embarrassed that I ever did business in this city, and I have to tell you that I am glad that I am not here anymore. And I hope that you can grow some courage and actually do what's right so your kids and your nieces and nephews, Freddie Pouza, and your children, Yasmin, are not embarrassed and ashamed of you when they look back and know you didn't do one single thing during this time.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Eli Lane, Avram Stern, Shul Reyes, Robert Jagelis, and Timothy Arnold. So our next speaker is Eli Lane.
Good evening, council members and Mayor McMorrin. My name is Eli. I'm a Culver City resident, a graduate of Culver High, and a proud Jew. I urge you to agendize an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution now. Growing up at Temple and other Jewish spaces, I was taught that all people are B'Tselem Elohim. All people are created with the spark of the divine. People are being killed every day, and a ceasefire is a moral imperative to save lives. Should we not do everything in our power to save lives? Should you not do everything in your power to save lives? Passing this resolution, saving the most lives possible, is the most Jewish thing to do. Please agendize the ceasefire resolution. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Avram Stern with 1 minute seated.
Good evening, council. My name is Avraham. I'm a proud Jewish man. My family lives in Culver. My roots run through Israel. Family and friends live in Israel, and I had family perish in the Holocaust. And much of that family tried to come to America, but there were politicians who were saying, no, it's not a city business, local matters only, so they had to go back, and then they were murdered. And I tell you, we always remember them. October 7th wasn't the deadliest event for Jews since the Holocaust, as some would claim. That would be the Argentinian dirty war of the late 1970s and 80s, which saw the Argentinian government murder over 3,000 Jews. The weapons they used to murder those Jewish Argentinians were provided by the Israeli government. In fact, beyond Argentina, the Israeli government has provided the weapons to the most authoritarian governments around the world, including the Philippines, apartheid, South Africa, and Guatemala. Those Israeli weapons have all been used to suppress democratic uprisings as well as torture and murder the population. I know this is true because I traveled to Guatemala as a young person in 2006 and I saw the Israeli gun, the Galil, on every Guatemalan military member. Also in Guatemala, I met many former Israeli soldiers who shared with me the atrocities the government made them carry out while they were in service. People need to know, they said, what horrors the Israeli government are doing. People need to know that we Jews do not support them. As it turns out, there are many Jews and Israelis who stand against the Israeli government and stand in solidarity with Palestinians. Millions of us, many of us from Culver City, were tired of being silenced. Over 500,000 Israelis marched last week and demanded ceasefire in Gaza. They accused the Israeli government of deliberately sabotaging peace in favor of violence. They are trying to tell you their government is lying about October 7th, about Gaza, about everything. The movement for ceasefire is uniting Jews, Muslims, Christians, all of America, right here in this city. We in the Jewish community are in tremendous pain and shock as the Israeli government claims to represent us on the world stage and carries out atrocity after atrocity against the Palestinian people, desecrating Judaism in the process. They don't represent us. Give us the chance we deserve to tell the world Jews are for peace, Jews are for Palestine, and Jews are for ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sol Reyes.
Hello. Okay. Hello, my name is So, and I'm an educator, and I live off of Jasmine, and I'm asking for the council to agendize an immediate and permanent mutual ceasefire resolution tonight. As an educator and as the school year started, it pains me to know that children in Gaza do not get to go to school, and not only that, on a daily basis facing bombardment and starvation. I am saddened and angered that before going to teach in the morning, I see children killed in Gaza in ways I never thought I'd witness. How is this okay? How is it divisive to say that we want to stop children being killed, getting decapitated, having limbs blown off? And when I see students playing so freely here at recess, I think of the children in Gaza and hope that they get to play so freely soon. So I ask that you guys are willing to make a call for peace and agendize an immediate and permanent mutual ceasefire tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Zergalis.
Yeah, Robert Zergulis, president of Culver City Kennedy Democrats. I originally came here to talk about PH1, which I was told was not on the agenda. It's about red light cameras. I think it's a waste, $4,554,000 to spend on red light camera enforcement. It's ridiculous. Most people are against it. But upon hearing all these people who seem to be pro-Hamas, please get smart. Hamas is a terrorist group. It's been recognized by the United States as a terrorist group. I have been to Ukraine. I want to tell you the difference between Hamas and what happens in Ukraine. In Ukraine, they take the civilians away from danger. Hamas uses civilians as human shields. And anybody who supports Hamas is a racist. And any Jew that supports Hamas is a self-loathing Jew. You should be ashamed.
Please direct your comments to the council. Mr. Zergulis, please direct your comments to the council.
My comments are to the hate speech. Hamas is a racist.
Mr. Zergulis, Mr. Zergulis. Mr. Zergulis. Mr. Zergulis, hold on for a second, y'all. I understand. We're going to give you your time. Hold on, Mr. Zergulis. I need y'all for real. I want to hear everyone in this room. Hold on. I want to hear everyone in this room. I treat everyone with respect. I make sure that folks are heard. I don't curb the time. Trust me, that is something that has come up for folks, to have been offered for folks, for time to have been curbed for folks to speak. I want people to be heard. I'm serious about that. Mr. Zergulis, I need you to speak to us. As the council members, please do not direct comments to anyone else in this room. We want to hear you. That's who you're speaking to this evening. And members in the audience, please refrain. I know it's difficult. Please, when it's your turn to speak, you have the right to speak. Mr. Zergulis, please just speak to us here about things that you would like to speak to us about. No name calling, please, please. Let's respect one another, please. Fair, but Mr.
And I'm
Zergulis,
directing to the council.
Okay.
I'm directing to the council not to fall for the stupid thing, a ridiculous thing saying they want peace. When Hamas is the one that can free everything, we won't have a problem. And I say anybody who supports Hamas, and you should not listen to these pro-Hamas people, and I say anybody who supports Hamas is a racist. And any Jewish person that supports
Mr.
Hamas
Zergulis.
is a self-loathing Jew, and they should be ashamed of
Mr.
themselves.
Zergulis.
And I'm directing that to you, that you should tell them. And that is your answer. That is what you should be concerned about is getting pressured by a organized group of Jewish haters and self-loathing Jews who.
Thank you, Mr. Zagoulas. Please speak to us only. Please, yeah. Mr. Zagoulas, please have a seat. Thank you so much. No, please have a seat. Thank you so much for speaking. Mr. Zagoulas, please honor this space. I respect you. Please have a seat now. Thank you for commenting.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Timothy Arnold.
I'm here to demand that you agendize our ceasefire resolution. Resolutions like this have been passed in so many other cities with enormous support from their communities, just like here in Culver. It is such an easy decision to make, to call for peace, to say that Culver City is against death and killing, and no matter where it happens. You must recognize that this is a local issue and that your communities are heartbroken, not only by the genocide, but by your silence and inaction. Every day I wake up crushed by grief of over 200,000 murdered Palestinians, of the hostages in Israel and Palestine, praying that a ceasefire will come to end the living hell they have endured for 11 fucking months. They cannot wait any longer. We cannot wait any longer. You cannot wait any longer. This has brought us together in a profound way. And so we call on you to do what you were elected to do and to represent us. Genocide requires a great evil and an even greater indifference. Do not let yourselves be this indifference. Ceasefire now, free Palestine.
Mayor, that was all of our speakers who signed up before we started this item. However, there are a few more speakers that signed up, and I just wanted to know if you wanted to hear them now or at the end of the meeting.
If possible, can we, because I think we had decided to, when we called the names, that we were going to honor the names, at the time of the item. Did that change? Did our new policy change about? Okay, so let's honor that. Let's keep it consistent. I try to keep it consistent about time offered based on how many folks are here. So I just want to make sure that no matter the meeting, the rules are the same. So
Right. We'll call them at the
end. Hopefully they can stay on. Thank you everyone. I think we had almost 3,000 comments. Am I right about that, City Clerk, for the receipt and file of correspondence?
There were.
I had a lot of emails. So thank y'all for putting those together. I'm sure that was quite time consuming. Do we have a motion and a second for the receipt and filing of correspondence?
For some reason, I'm not able to see a vote. So can we do a voice vote, please? Who's the motion?
So moved.
By Vice Mayor O'Brien. Who's the second?
Second.
By Councilmember Erickson. And that's to receive and file the correspondence that we received. Please vote. All members who are present have voted. The motion passes, 4 ayes, absent Councilmember Vera.
Okay. The order agenda will actually, it's my understanding some items have been pulled, so.
That's correct. Mayor, we will not be hearing item C3, PH1, or A2 this evening. Those have been moved to a further date.
Do we know what date they'll be coming back, or is there a reason for those items being pulled?
Mayor, they will want to come back as soon as possible.
I believe we have them scheduled for the 23rd.
Okay. We are now moving on to consent calendar, with C3 being removed from consideration. I have some questions about C8. And I'd like a separate vote on C9. Councilmember Erickson, do you have any items to pull?
No.
Councilmember Puza?
Just C9.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
No, Mayor.
Do we have any comments from the public on consent items?
We do. C6 and C9.
Okay. So let's do them in order. We can start with C6. Can we have a brief staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. I'm Dimitri, Director of Public Works. This item pertains to a ramp that will provide access from the Bayona Creek level up to the Inns Boulevard level. And this item was presented to council at the last time we met. We are here tonight just simply asking for the funding that's necessary to conduct the feasibility study. And it requires a 4/5 vote. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have the comments?
Yes, we have two speakers. First, we have Melissa Sanders, followed by Travis Morgan. So we'll pull up Melissa Sanders first.
Melissa, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I just would like to say that with our lovely city going into deficit spending in the next few years, and this study will see if something that possibly could cost $6 million is a good idea. I would much rather spend all money, whether it's $200,000, $2 million, or $6 million, on improving things like our parks, redoing a bathroom that everyone can use. I'm just a little concerned that we're getting very focused on things that are not necessarily going to be used by the entire community, whether we live here or work here, and that perhaps we should be looking a little more as an overall, what is that going to lead to? So $200,000 compared to $6 million, not a lot, but $200,000 can certainly do a lot for other areas in the city. So that's what I'm really looking at. Where will that $200,000 lead us to? And with other things coming up, what are our options? So just to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Travis Morgan.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to thank Councilmember O'Brien and Dimitri for inviting me as the chair of BPAC to join one of the initial meetings on this project. I really appreciate the level of involvement of the representatives of our citizen advisory committees in the earliest stages of projects and ideas. I hope this will become a model for other projects across the city in the future. I'm also happy to see developers like Redcar here in Culver City that recognize the great value of alternative transportation, and I really appreciate their offer of an easement on their private property for infrastructure that will benefit the city. I will say, though, that I had expected this project to be a true public-private partnership, and given the significant increase to the land value of Redcar's developments on both sides of the street, I would ask that Redcar contribute monetarily to this project, not just with the easement. Or else I am also concerned that another multi-million-dollar project in downtown Culver City will end up absorbing all of our mobility dollars in the city in the future. So I would really ask the city council to go back to Redcar and ask them to contribute, just as we did with other developers in the city in downtown, notably Hackman Capital, and their contribution to exploring future of downtown Culver City. Thank you.
Mayor, may I address Mr. Morgan? Redcar indicated their full support of this project, and funding the project partially or fully is one of the ideas we're going to discuss with them once we start the negotiation process.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on C6? Thank you for the presentation. Can we have a brief staff report on C8?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Jesse Mays, Assistant City Manager. Staff recommends that the City Council approve delegating the policy and program ideas gathered by the 2028 Summer Olympics Preparation Subcommittee to relevant City Council subcommittees, commission, board committees, city departments, the Historical Society, Sister City Committee, for further consideration and recommendations. The ideas in the staff report, attachment 1, summarize the policy and program ideas included in the committee's work plan, which was approved in 2023 and gathered during a July 2023 public meeting, as well as a May 2024 joint meeting of the subcommittee and various other city boards and commissions. If the City Council approves delegating these policy and program ideas, staff will follow up with the respective bodies, notifying them the City Council is requesting their consideration and recommendation on these policies and programs. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. I think I was the only one who had a question on this one. So I just was concerned. Again, I'm very grateful to have reviewed the staff report and to see all of the robust ideas for potential partnerships and ways that the city and other partners can lock arms and move forward to the Olympics. Everything looks really exciting. But I was just concerned a bit about potential funding sources for, and I know that some of these were like public-private ideas or initiatives, but I just want to make sure that that is, I don't want it to stifle our creativity, but it's clear we got 6 pages of amazing ideas, so I don't think we have to worry about that one. But I want to make sure we're thinking about that as we are really excited to continue to partner and prepare for the Olympics. I just wanted to elevate that. Everything looks really exciting, looks really good. So just wanted to bring that into the space. I'm sure y'all were thinking about it, but that was like the biggest thing, red flag for me as I was reviewing. But hopefully folks come up with some good ideas on those subcommittees and commissions. So thank you for the report and the update.
Madam Mayor.
Any other, Councilmember?
Just
Edson?
follow up. A very quick question is, will it be your office and the subcommittee that make sure that the target deadlines are followed? Because, yeah, that's always the challenge, right? We put this out. We have to make sure that we get something back. So that will still reside with the subcommittee and with your office?
Correct. I'll be updating the subcommittee at our monthly meetings that we hold and providing an update, and we'll keep track of it in this format. You see some deadlines listed, and we're going to try and keep to those, and if not, I'll update the subcommittee. But I'll be following up with the various other subcommittees that we delegate to if we haven't heard back from them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And we're on to C9, our remaining consent item. Is there a brief staff report for that one?
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Mark Munzer, Planning and Development Director. This is the second reading of the zoning code ordinance. A number of changes that were made to implement the city's now adopted from the last meeting, General Plan 2045, as well as our housing element. So this implements those changes to the zoning ordinance and then to the corresponding zoning map.
Councilmember Puza, did you have questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the staff report. And about the industrial mix use in the zoning code, kind of reference one of the callers or the public comment, and items not on the agenda, but what would it take to increase the zoning from 65 units per acre to 100, especially like in the Hayden tract, just to make sure it's a little bit more equitably distributed throughout the city.
Thank you, Councilmember. The current density and the now adopted general plan density for industrial mixed use, which is more than just the Hayden tract, just for clarity. It also includes a great portion of Jefferson. The best time we believe to do that would be part of the specific plan process for the Hayden tract. Similarly, a corresponding specific plan process for the Fox Hills neighborhood. So an increased density right now in the Hayden tract or the industrial mixed use area has not been studied under CEQA as part of the program EIR to implement the general plan and zoning code. So we have not studied those impacts, i.e. traffic, population, air quality, et cetera. So that would allow us to do it during the specific plan process for the Hayden tract. While there are no residences right now in the Hayden tract neighborhood, there will be, and there's a number of residential districts that abut it. So we would certainly want to have conversations with them about potential increases in density. As a reminder to the council, we plan to bring the contracts for the consulting firms for the Hayden tract and Fox Hill specific plans to your second October meeting and begin that process this calendar year.
Great, thank you. And the reason I called out Hayden tract was its proximity to the metro and everything. But, and there's no way to get that plan done by the deadline?
This deadline? No.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. That's it.
Thanks. Were there any, Yasmin, were there any comments from the public on this item?
Many.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
We have 9 speakers signed up.
So 3 minutes in.
I'm going to go ahead and call all the names. People can get prepared. We have Michael Copey with 1 minute seated. Vaughn Rossi with 1. Bill Becker with 1 minute seated. Robert Babijanic with 1 minute seated. Melissa Sanders, Karen Marks, Judy Sherman, Angelica Kishnick, and Tom O'Neill. So our first speaker is Michael Copey. Okay. All right.
Please hold.
This is Bill
I'm
Becker.
here this evening with other Culver.
Thank you.
May I begin?
Please hold.
Sorry.
He had scheduled Mr. Becker, then Mr. Fabianic, and then myself. Copy. So Mr.
I'm
Becker.
sorry, we've got the order the way you came in.
That wasn't the way we actually had confirmed was with the clerk.
It is, actually, it's done by a computer, so. All right, so we will go with Mr. Beck, is it?
Becker?
Becker, Bill Becker?
Yes.
Okay, let me add you, please.
I'm here this evening with other Culver Delray neighbors to urge you to uphold the existing community outreach guidelines in the updated zoning code, going back to a possible 3 community meetings per project. That is, preserve and incorporate to the max into the new zoning code provisions the guidelines, proven protocols. Planning staff's August 16th email to me stated categorically that we're proposing that the zoning code update language supersedes the current outreach guidelines. This sure feels like an end run around due consideration of and deliberation over community meeting and public notification policy for Culver City. So really now, are we to expect that the city, without the benefit of any deliberation via the policy subcommittee process, which was initiated by planning earlier this year, that the city shall relinquish its customary discretion to require more than 2 community meetings, and commensurately may not enforce the other established, proven, and equitable standards in those guidelines, which have so clearly helped over the years regulate developers and reassure stakeholders. Again, my fellow Culver City neighbors and I strongly urge you to revise the provisions of the zoning code update so that they include or track closely with the proven protocols of the community outreach guidelines and otherwise consign those guidelines to their rightful place as a great safeguard that they've proven to be. Thank you so much this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vaughn Rossi. Not here? Okay.
He's not here?
Check WebEx. Okay, so not seeing him in chamber or on WebEx. Robert Fabianic.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Robert Fabianiak. I'm a resident of Culver City since 2000. I'd like to kind of join my previous predecessor speaking on behalf of changing the rules to planning reviews for new developments. Professionally, I'm an architect with 30 years of experience. 10 of those years are back in the country where I come from, Poland, communist Poland. The last years working on projects from a single residential to commercial large buildings and multi-residential buildings. And interesting kind of a perspective on it is I'm talking on behalf of users, neighborhood, and as a professional who delivers projects, and cutting review process to just one meeting is so counterproductive to everyone. We are living in times where it takes few days and a chat group to call a small office for lunch. And we want to decide on the building, on the future development in one sitting where maybe 2 or 3 people that are looking at the project will be actually aware what's happening. And most will just superficially will be deciding on a color palette. I like this color or I don't like it. If you have just a few minutes to look at the projects, and we'll be responding, most of these people will be responding to a sexy 3D rendering, how we can decide on the project if it's a catalyst for the positive change to a neighborhood, or it's an anchor that will not contribute anything new, and it will just drag us back into a kind of the same road. I've been asked number of times to do a master studies for the different projects, and it's just accumulation of mistakes over the year added to it, and then it's impossible to fix it. And cutting the review process to just one meeting will only exacerbate that situation and will push on a side where the projects delivered will not be beneficial to our communities. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders. Melissa, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi. I guess I'm a little concerned about how many units per acre. I know, Freddie, you just mentioned about going up to 100. And it seems that we are just giving away certain things to developers. And that's upsetting. I don't want to see 100 units per acre. Or if there is, then they should all be affordable. Instead of saying, yes, you can have 100 units per acre, keep it at the numbers, let's get this thing passed. And if they want to have an exception and build more, great, but they have to be for median income and below. Just let's think about things in a way that we actually need as a city and how we can best serve our community and not just a for-profit situation. We have way more housing units that were on the inventory list. We're fine, we're great. Let's just move forward, not have a builder's remedy issue. Let's just get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Colby.
Good evening, y'all. Mr. Erickson was emailing folks that requiring a minimum of 2 community meetings really didn't make that much of a difference because the policy, here's quoting him, zoning code has no requirement for public meetings. We are adding to the zoning code a requirement of 2 meetings. The city also has a policy of 3 meetings that is not being changed. That's from Mr. Erickson's email to people who emailed him. However, we have an email from Ms. Stadnicki saying this, quote, the public notification and community involvement policy has now been incorporated into the zoning code update, which will be considered by all on August 26th. We are proposing, again, direct quote, we are proposing the city council that the language will supersede the guidelines, the policy guidelines. So Mr. Erickson's on a misperception there. What's being done is an end run around the 3 community meetings. If what you approve are 2 community meetings, it'll probably be the first taking away of people's rights by a city council, maybe in forever. Now keep this in mind. Community meetings cost $0. And if you put them up for a vote by the citizens, you'd probably have 95% approval. They need fixing. Mr. O'Brien, you sent me an email saying you think it's kind of like a by grace of God. Yes and no. No, because they're required. As far as enforcement is concerned, yeah, it's by grace of God, the planning department. Do they want to enforce them? Do they have contempt for them? The fact is that back in February, we came to you, Mr. Becker came to you and asked you to put it on the agenda, taking a look at the totally botched community meeting out there for the Culver and Sawtell building. The reason for that was the planning department refused to enforce the rules. On the planning fellow's desk right now are 60 complaints and handwritten letters from people over there who were not notified, including all 11 households right next door. These are people, one guy's a construction worker, he's a refugee from the Civil War in El Salvador. We also have a PhD candidate from USCB. These are not stupid people, and yet they would do nothing. That's why we came to you, y'all put it on your agenda, which ain't an easy thing to happen. It was sent to a subcommittee, the policy subcommittee, that's you, Ms. McMorrin, and Mr. Vera. You've never met. Mr. Becker kept monitoring this because we're going to be involved in it. You're going to want to see our evidence on this matter. We kept hearing from the planning department, it's been postponed, it'll happen, it'll be postponed. The last thing we heard was right before, 2 weeks ago, hey, no, we're not going to do that anymore. It's not needed because it's all part of the new code, and that's going to go for a vote in 4 days. Mr. Erickson, did you get the email I sent you today? Misunderstanding about what the policy is. They're incorporating the policy.
There's no misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I'm going to correct you later.
Okay, well, so it would seem to me you don't want to go down to 2 community meetings, number 1. Number 2, let's have that policy subcommittee meeting. We have iron concrete proposals, suggestions. You're going to approve them or reject them, but one of the major problems with them right now is the lack of notification. We have a solid, researched, intelligently considered way to make that never happen again. Let's have that meeting. And as far as getting rid of one of the community meetings, don't do that. It's a mistake. It's a bomb sitting under your desk. You don't want, with all the mix-up and concern about the rezoning, have people telling people, oh, and by the way, we've also cut your community meetings. You don't want to do that. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Marks, followed by Judy Sherman.
Hello, I'm Karen Marks, and I'm here again to speak about the circumstances with Fox Hills. The assignment of high-density mixed use in the Culver City general plan is grossly inequitable and unfair to the Fox Hills community. You're assigning 100 units per acre, plus city and state density bonuses to the most densely populated region of Culver City. The density mixed-use designation includes no parking requirement and no open community space requirement. The inhabitants, the 2,800 units that are in Fox Hills, consume 1/3 of the area that we're talking about here. And the area that you're making 100 units is 2/3 of the Fox Hills area. So when you look at the map, it's blatantly apparent that this is just not fair to our community. This is a blatant assault on the Fox Hills residents. You are all aware of the current problems with traffic and lack of parking in Fox Hills. You apparently disregard the impact of this area. You have 4 developers with plans drawn for 2,056 units to be built in Fox Hills. This will come close to doubling our population without widening our streets or providing adequate parking. So Fox Hills remains the most ethnically and financially diverse population. It has the highest density of other areas of Culver City. It is the only Culver City community that has experienced decades of discrimination. We are not NIMBYs. We love our community. We love each other. We welcome growth within our community. But the proposed mixed-use, high-density, covering 2/3 of our commercial area, will destroy our quality of life in Fox Hills. It can bring as many as 20,000 units. And how can this be unseen and addressed by everyone involved for 5 years? I keep being told, we've been working on this for 5 years. We've been working on this for 5 years. So Mr. Erickson has been on this council for 8 years. 2 of these city council people have been on for 4 years, and 2 have been on for 2 years. We didn't see it until last minute when we're told it's too late to do anything about it. And I don't understand why none of you did anything about this, and why it's acceptable to hear that it was more advantageous for the developers to just say, put it all over here, or for our consultants that we probably paid a great deal of money to say, put it all right here. 5 years, and this is the best that anyone could come up with. I think it's disgraceful.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Sherman.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Judy Sherman, resident of Fox Hills and on the board of Fox Hill Neighborhood Association. The blatant inequitable distribution of the 3,341 units with the zoning ordinance resulted in, as you all know, the predictable conga line of thus far 4 developers proposing a total of 2,056 units in Fox Hills, the densest residential area in Culver City, with a very high likelihood of more to come. You are deliberately creating a separate city. Separate but equal is unconstitutional. How ironical that it should be in the most diverse area ethnically, income-wise, and age. This plan is creating overdevelopment in Fox Hills, which is nothing short of an assault on the Fox Hill community, which, if it was classified as a criminal assault, the CCPD would be called in. Make no mistake, it is an assault, nonetheless, on our quality of life, with negative results, increased air pollution, and increasing our ongoing parking, traffic, and speeding issues. An amendment to decrease the density designation from 100 units per acre needs to be made, which will still leave the city in compliance with the state. In fact, as the city has surplus in the inventory. Thus, you cannot use the excuse of the builder's remedy. Send the planners and the consultants back to the drawing board, which should have been done a long time ago in this process, since the inequity is so blatant. We also need the city council to act as true public servants and advocates and return to the three meetings that have been required and used all this time for developers to come. Mr. Poppy is right. It just costs zero. Maybe they spend money on cookies, and that's about it. In addition, please increase the community development notification radius to 2,000 feet, as the 500 radius is woefully inadequate and frankly a joke. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angelica Kishnick. All right, not seeing them in chambers or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Tom O'Neill.
Hello, Council again. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is the mantra of the day. But what it tries to express in an overly complex way is fairness. Culver City has been tasked by the state to build 3,300 housing units. City's planners and city council's advisors are suggesting that as many of those units be built in Fox Hills as possible. They intend to accomplish this by upzoning the areas to be developed to contain 100 units per acre. Fox Hills is already the most densely populated area in Culver City. Fox Hills is and has been, for the 38 years that I've lived there, diverse, inclusive, and equitable. And given all the work done by the citizen neighbors, become even more so over time. Why then is Fox Hills being burdened with the bulk, if not the whole, of the city's requirements? Where's the fairness there? Where is the diversity, the equity, and the inclusiveness in that? I believe the problem begins with state mandates, with SCAG's decisions to overload the west side rather than distribute housing burden fairly to open lands to the east and other open spaces. And therein lies the tale. The planners, including those who work for the city, have a mission. That mission to get people out of their cars. They live in a fantasy world where people will bike or walk everywhere, drive their electric cars as needed, or perhaps more accurately, as allowed. The only impediments to their plans are, 1, physics, and 2, the Constitution. There is no way to create sufficient electricity using wind and solar, their preferred generators, to power cars, much less a city. And then there's that pesky issue of freedom, where people go where they want to go, when they want to go, and how they want to go. You are in the process of creating a 20-year plan in the state that has lost 1 million people in the last year. And yet you, the council, feel compelled to carry out mandates from a state, legislature, and governor, which are both in denial and compromised by their own bad decision-making. Don't follow their bad example. Show us that you're better than that. Let Fox Hills remain Fox Hills, low-key.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for item C9.
Councilmember Erickson, is my understanding you have something you wanted to say?
Oh, thank you. First, I'm going to address the issue about the meetings. So our current zoning code has 0 meetings required, 0. And the council have a policy that says 3 meetings. So obviously the policy overrides what the zoning code says. The council at the last meeting changed that to 2 meetings in the zoning code. We have not changed the policy. The policy has not come back to us. I have no idea what my colleagues thinks about changing the policy or changing the zoning code at a later point, right? But the facts are The policy is currently 3 meetings, has not changed, and staff cannot override that. It's a council decision, and staff is very good at following policy and so on. So that is on that aspect. And then, yeah, this has been a long process, and I've been on the council a long time, but I can let you know that I was shut out of any work on this by the current or the former council. They didn't want to have me there. So there was a subcommittee created. I was never invited during any of the years to be on the subcommittee, and there was no votes for that. There has been a advisory group with 21 appointed citizens who has worked on this, coming into COVID, and then during COVID it got really messy for a lot of reasons, right? But that's really where this whole thing started. And that group was, the majority of the people in that group was appointed by the former council. And they wanted to increase density, and so that's really where this whole thing started, right? And then, the ball has just been going. And I saw the final plan when you guys saw the final plan. That was actually the first time I really saw that. So it's been a process with a lot of input, and most of the input happened in 18, 19, and 20, that time period. And then the consultant took all that and went to work with all those directions. And it was a subcommittee from the council who then also were involved in a lot of discussions. That is my recollection of it. I might have missed a few things in this. But anyway, we are where we are. And on the meeting things, it's not a done deal, clearly, right? And our issue really now is this was passed last council meeting, right? The four council members voted for it, and 1 council member didn't take a stand.
The mayor abstained.
Sorry?
For the record, the mayor abstained.
Okay,
not council member.
Yeah, I didn't want to point you out.
It's okay. I'm okay with my vote. I'm okay with that.
So that's where we are. We have a plan, special plan for the hidden track, a special plan for the foxes that are going to be worked on as soon as this has passed. We have the builder's remedy as a problem, right? The housing element was approved over 11 months ago, and we need to have this done, what we have in front of us now, within a year after the housing element. But the housing element was, as I said, a year ago. And if you may recall that the majority that came in actually made a few changes to the housing element toward the end, just sort of what could be tweaked at that point, right? But this sort of, the housing element is driving this right now. That can be changed, absolutely. Has to be done very, very carefully. So that's what's going to come, most likely for the next council to start dealing with, right? It's not probably something I'm going to have to deal with, but it's possible. So when the special plans for Hayden Track and the Fox Hills being worked on, that might result in some ideas to changes to the housing element, and then that's a very delicate process to do. So we are where we are, and I don't have a problem keeping the policy of 3 meetings, but I don't know what my colleagues think about that. But that policy is going to come back to us, I'm sure. So, Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember Fuser.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for all the comments on this. As a member of the public pointed out, this has been a long process, many years in the making. I did serve on the advisory committee. We did spend a session about how to make sure that we reach out to every community member. And, it is impossible to make sure that you touch every resident, but you can make a lot of efforts to do that. So we did spend a lot of time to do that. There've been many, mailers, social media, banners, and a lot of processes to make sure that people get the message. But it's not perfect, but I do commend staff for the work that they did and the committee. It is tough work, but it's challenging. The housing element, is a mandate for the state to hit a certain number of housing units. I know that there was a charge to make sure that we were equitably distributing housing throughout the city. COVID did hit. For people who were involved and listening, it was very contentious, and, there was fights over SB 9 and 10, and whether there be infill and all of those discussions that would allow for, in commercial corridors and just housing throughout the city. All along, for me, the fear was making sure that things wouldn't just end up on the commercial corridor and in Fox Hills. Been trying to fight for more density in other parts of the city to avoid that. But as my colleague said, this is a point in time. The general plan is a document that can be updated. The last general plan that we had many updates to it. But so it's not a perfect document, it's a living document. And we will be having the specific plan for the Fox Hills and Hayden Track. And I think that will be places that we can really address some of these issues. Again, it's not perfect, but it's what we can do in the moment. So I think we need to, we have the best that we can do at this time, and we're doing the best we can. And then I think we should prove it and then move forward and then address some of these issues to fine tune it. Because I do think there's some issues, especially in Fox Hills, and there's some great opportunities near more of transit areas, which is the point of some of these density bonuses and making, because it makes more sense to have more density around where it's easier to get around and more options for people to use alternative modes of transportation. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Thanks to staff. Thanks for the comments. I think I might know all of you by name and by face, so in a lot of ways, it's a good thing. I just want to make sure everyone's clear. So, Director Munzer, what's our time? When is the general plan submission due date?
The effective date, well, the due date is October 15th.
Okay.
If this is approved this evening, the effective date, because we have to allow 30 days, becomes October 9th. So we are at the end of that compliance period.
And just so everyone's clear, any changes requested tonight would mean going back to what we did at the last meeting, and then, which we don't have time for.
Right, any substantive changes this evening would require us to bring it back. Your next meeting is the 23rd. 30 days from the 23rd puts us past October 15th.
Right, okay.
And also to add that, to complicate it a little further, some of the changes that are requested, and actually, in order for them to be ultimately effective, would have to be approved by HCD, which that who knows if that even when or if it will happen. So you have to add that into some kind of a time frame.
Right, okay, yeah, thank you. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that. However, a lot of the things proposed, I'm up for revisiting once we get this approved. So regarding the 3 meetings, that was, looking, the supporting documents for this item is over 350 pages. So I came to the meeting, last week, and then a community member brought forward the concern about the 1 meeting, and my colleague suggested bringing it to 2. I think, robust to an extent, community input is good. So I'm open to bringing that back up after we get this approved. And so next year, along with, it's been forgotten, but also in those requests was Spanish language notifications, because many of our, community, that's the highest percentage of non-English speaking in the home language in Culver City, I believe. So I think that that's also important. So I think when we come back in '25, I'd like to revisit that as well. And then, again, upzoning the industrial multifamily, or what do we call it? Mixed use, what do we call those zones?
Industrial mixed use.
Industrial mixed use, thank you. To 100, totally. Let's look at it. I think that that's fair. I do want to, I just Googled it while my colleagues were asking questions and talking. I don't know if you have this on your cuff, but I found that we have about 7,000 single-family homes in Culver City. That sound about right?
Do you know?
Sure.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, Council. I don't have that on my cuff.
That's what Google said, but maybe that's wrong. I don't know. And basically, single families upzoned to up to 4, right?
Single-family zone lots can have up to 4 units on them, yes.
So that's an additional 21,000 units potentially. Just like the potential number of, I haven't verified it, but 20,000 additional units in Fox Hills. So there's potential, and then there's what's actually going to happen. And I also, projecting out, 20 years of this general plan, that number of 3341, it's amazing how such an odd number is baked into my brain. But that's our RENA allocation for this cycle. I'm going to fight tooth and nail that it's nowhere near that again the next time around, because we did a study, and this added density is going to mean in 2040 we're going to have a structural deficit of over 11 million a year to pay for the services to take care of all the people. Unless we find some miraculous pot of gold somewhere. So I'm going to fight. I'll be around hopefully when this discussion comes around for the next RENA cycle to not let that happen again. The previous cycle was 170 units or something like that.
Somewhere in that.
Yeah, so the
much lower.
The previous 8-year cycle was around 170 units. It went up 18-fold to 3,341. And that pace is not sustainable for us to manage in the city. Running a city is expensive, and the more people we have in it, the harder it is to do that. So that's my take on all of this. I'm going to approve the consent item as brought forward, but I do want to revisit the issues that everyone's talking about in next year. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I've been pretty consistent throughout this general plan process. Again, incredibly grateful to staff, consultants, community members who are a part of this process, from the community conversations that were held in 2018 to Zoom meetings during COVID. Very grateful for everyone. I abstained and probably will continue to abstain on this item this evening, primarily because even if I didn't live in Fox Hills, I think that the fact that we can accept the disproportionate allocation of, and again, I'm all for it's welcoming neighbors. I see housing and zoning as an opportunity to welcome our teachers, law enforcement, children, grandchildren, et cetera. I'm not someone that is fearful of that. Do want to make sure that we have intention. And I don't feel that mindful intention reflected here. I think it's interesting that some neighborhoods, did not have, will have another look before 100 dwelling units per acre are allocated for their neighborhood, but Fox Hills was not given that deference. They'll have to receive it now, and then we'll have it to circle back to see if it could be amended or adjusted in any way. And I think that that's relevant because Fox Hills is the densest, most diverse neighborhood in Culver City that I happen to live in. And historically was the Black community that was annexed into Culver City. And children in Fox Hills cannot attend Culver City schools until the 90s. So those kiddos had to go to LAUSD despite living in Culver City. So all of that is relevant. I think that, the fact that the timing, the housing element was passed in 22. There were amendments made to roll back on incremental infill that allowed for more equitable housing dispersions throughout our entire community. So that was rolled back in 2023. I was trying to find the date, but couldn't locate it. I need a bit more time to navigate my many, many pages of notes. But it's, it's disappointing. It's similar to what I said in the last meeting. What we do up here matters. It has absolute impact on our community. Again, our community used to be a sundown town. It used to be explicitly exclusionary on purpose. So the things that council members do matters. It impacts our quality of life. I'm glad that I'm hearing that there's a commitment to revisit in the future, but I'm disappointed that we're here and that it is having a disproportionate impact on a community that doesn't have as many resources as other neighborhoods in our community, and that is a choice that is being made. But grateful for the time, grateful for all of the comments that have been made. Can we have a motion for C1, C2, C4, C5, 7, and 8? Why is C6 not on my screen? That's very strange. It's not. It's completely removed from this iPad, but C6 as well. Not sure why. Everything but 9, because I like
And
to abstain.
C3.
And 3, yeah.
Okay. All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Puza, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to approve consent calendar items 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, with 3 not being considered and C9 being considered separately. Please vote. All members have voted who are present. That passes 4 ayes, absent Councilmember Vera.
And we can take C9.
And then we have C9. We have a motion by Councilmember Erickson, a second by Councilmember Puza, to adopt the ordinance approving zoning code amendment P2 2024-0186-ZCA and zoning code map amendment P 2024-0186-ZCMA, together known as the zoning code update. Please vote. All members who are present have voted. That motion passes 3 ayes with 1 abstain by the mayor and absent Councilmember Vera.
Thank you. As indicated by staff, PH1 was pulled, so we are moving on now to A1.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Heather Baker, City Attorney, and I'll be presenting this item tonight. The City Council's current compensation is established by state law, the city charter, and the Culver City Municipal Code. The city's charter states that council members shall receive compensation in accordance with the provisions of state law. State law authorizes a council to adopt an ordinance establishing a salary based on a city's population. Based on Culver City's population, the salary may be initially established up to and including $1,275 per month. The Culver City Municipal Code sets forth the current council member compensation, which was last established at $485.10 per month, effective May 1st, 1992. No further salary increases have been adopted to date. If the City Council desires to increase council member compensation, it can either adopt an ordinance for an amount up to the permissible cap set by state law, or it can initiate a ballot measure at an upcoming general or special election at an amount it determines, and such a ballot measure must pass by a simple majority of the voters. If the council wishes to increase council member compensation by ordinance, state law allows for the greater of either 5% for each calendar year from the operative date of the last adjustment, or an amount equal to inflation since January 1st, 2024, based upon the California CPI, which shall not exceed 10% for each calendar year. And it should be noted, no ordinance may include automatic future increases. A 5% increase for each year since May 1st, 1992 would equate to up to an additional $776.16 per month for a total monthly salary of $1,261.26 per month. And note that the calculation of the 5% increase for each calendar year from the operative date of the last adjustment may not be compounded. Please also note that under state law, any salary increase may take effect only when at least one member of the council commences a new term. Therefore, the earliest a salary adjustment can take effect is on or around December 9th, or whatever date the newly elected members of the City Council take office this year. In that regard, if the council is desirous of moving forward this evening, it's recommended that staff return with an ordinance September 23rd or no later than October 14th for the first reading. On a related matter, which is also discussed in the staff report, state law provides that any amounts paid by a city for retirement, health, and welfare, and federal social security benefits shall not be included for purposes of determining salary, provided that the same benefits are available and paid by the city for its employees. At this time, there has been no deferred compensation program authorized and established for City Council members. Deferred compensation is a retirement benefit and would not be included in determining salary. If the City Council wishes to participate in deferred compensation, it may provide that direction to the city manager, and city staff will return with more detailed information and options for such a program. And as I mentioned, such a benefit would be in addition to council member salary. That concludes my staff report, and I, as well as Elizabeth Shavelson from Finance and Dana Anderson from Human Resources, are available to address any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. Well, so this has been the pace since as long as I've been on the council, so for 8 years, but it actually started in 1992. That's when this level of $485.10 per month was established. It's not, it's not a reasonable compensation. It doesn't really cover anything, if you think about it, in today's economy and so on. And for the time, I've been keeping track of the time I've been spending on city council. And of course, it's up to each council member how much time, but happen to have a company where we have consultants. So I actually set the city up as a client. And then during daytime, when I do stuff that's city related, I got my clock going. And, I spend between 15 to 20 hours a week. And then I only count from 8 in the morning to 6 p.m. Anything after that and weekends, I didn't count. And for that, I got $485.10. Of course, I knew this. I knew this when I went in. And the city very gracefully also provide health insurance if you want that, which of course can be valuable for some. But compared to other cities, we are one of the least compensated also. And I think that for a lot of my colleagues, it can be a challenge to spend all that time because they have a job that requires them to actually work, and if they take time off, it's actually get docked from their pay, and the compensation doesn't match, and the new compensation doesn't really match either, right? But I think it's for me, and I will not benefit from this, right? This because I'm off the council in December. So this will not benefit me, but I really think that this is overdue, and I'm happy to make the motion for my colleagues that staff should return with an ordinance to increase compensations to $1,261.25 as soon as possible and latest October 14th. And the second question, I think, with regards to deferred compensation, is a separate issue that I think might be needed to handle in a separate decision coming later. I don't know, because I don't know how much everyone understands what that really means. It's like a 401k, but it's sort of on the public sector side. But if it's possible for staff to also bring that forward, I think since one of my colleagues brought it up, I think that is also something that could be put into the staff report for everyone to evaluate. And for people who don't understand, it's sort of matching funds, right? So if you decide out of your $1,261 to take, $40, then the city will match with another 40. And that's what we do for our employees here, right? So we match between $60 and $160 on every pay period. But staff needs to figure out which group we should belong to and stuff like that, right? What our limits should be and so on. But I think for me, it's very clear that the base compensation, which is not a salary, it's just a compensation. It's sort of a thank you for spending a lot of time on city issues. For me, that's clear that we should be able to vote on that at next meeting. But I want to hear my colleagues, and I know this is going to affect all of you. But I have no problem with you getting a raise.
Councilmember Blusen?
Thank you. Thanks for the staff report. As mentioned, the staff has not been updated since 1992. This is a part-time job with full-time responsibilities. Most council members have to have day jobs unless they have other means or are independently wealthy. I know West Hollywood council members get about $1,568 or $1,568 a month. Santa Monica gets $1,492. Inglewood is another story. They get $7,000 a month, but that's another can of worms. No doubt this is awkward to bring up because council is the only body that can adjust the salary. But ultimately, We want this to like be the Goldilocks effect. It's a great honor and privilege to serve our city and our neighbors, but we want to incentivize the role so it's not just people who have the privilege to do this, who have the types of jobs and careers that allow us to do this, but we also don't want it to be the only reason that people want to take on these types of roles. So I concur with my colleague, Councilmember Erickson, to draft the ordinance to increase the salary, and definitely open for those who want to have a deferred compensation program to explore that as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to have City Attorney clarify the deferred compensation. There's not a required self-contribution in this program, right? It would be.
I think there might be. I would defer to HR director, either city manager or.
Can you hear me, Heather?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so yes. So typically, yes, there is a minimum contribution for us to match. Typically, you don't have to contribute into deferred comp, but if there is a match of any amount that is required, then yes, there is usually a minimum.
I'm going to jump in here. We need to come back with definitive answers, but it's and I could be wrong, but I think it could be 100% employer contribution. It's just that a match is common. That's typically the way the employer sets it up. I think that's a choice. But let us come back with more information.
Okay, great. Yeah, this was news to me. We spoke ahead of time, and I was kind of debriefed on what it was. Yes to what my colleague said. We're at the bottom of what I think almost every city provides for their council members. And it's funny, Councilmember Erickson's official log of his hours is about what I roughly estimate for myself. It's a lot of time. And I'm a contract worker, so on those days when I go to a seminar or something like that, or I pull away from work, I'm not making money in my job, literally. It's taking money out of my pocket. So this is still a very small dent, but at least it's something. It hasn't been updated in 20, 30, whatever, how many years? 30 plus years?
32.
32 years. So I'm in favor. Councilmember Erickson's motion shortchanged us by 1 penny. So I don't know if we want 25 cents or 26 cents.
Make a friendly amendment.
Okay. The 26 cents, as the staff report puts in there. But yeah, I'm in favor of it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, staff, for coming back with this matter. I think this is a matter of, people always say, how is it possible you're only the 6th woman to serve Culver City? And I think a large part of it, in addition to the incredible amount of time that it takes to serve in these roles, is we are paid very poorly. I'm a single mom. I have a day job with a nonprofit. I am one of those folks, if an emergency happened, I might not be in a good spot like most Americans. So, I think we should pay folks for their time. I would have loved to have seen a chart with other similar council member salaries here from across the county or wherever we had transparent information. I think we should be as transparent as possible with the public about this. I think most people think that I have staff. I do not have staff. Most people think that there are folks who are prepping us and supporting us, and we do not have that. And we are able to reach out to staff here, but they have their own workloads that we discussed during budget time, and yet and still, they are still able sometimes to answer questions and et cetera that we might have. But I would really like to see sort of where we fall, particularly within the Southern California region in terms of compensation, in particular support levels that is offered to council members. Since if we're looking at compensation, we should also be looking at support. We want to make sure that there are not barriers to entry for folks, and that folks are set up for success when they are elected. I think that we need to streamline and be transparent about how council members are onboarded, and be very clear and transparent about any annual updates or anything that folks need, any changes in laws, whether that's donations or any disclosures that need to be made. We just need to be more transparent about how we do things, and that should be something that even the public would be able to find. So I would like to see that come back as well. I mean, I think it's important that we work our way toward having a competitive or at least at parity payment, because it's my understanding that we are paid the least of any council members in LA County. I don't think anyone is paid less than us. And I think that's reflected in the representation that we have. I mean, that's just my guess, but it's like when you look at wealth, who sometimes has the opportunities to do things, who has the opportunity to spend extra time doing things, who has, some folks have partners and they might have more support at home. So we're grateful for that. We're happy that folks have support and that they have foundational support, but we want to make sure that we are decreasing barriers to leadership in our community. So as much as we could benchmark what other neighbors are doing, have that information so that we could be informed about where we fall and be accountable to that, as well as be working to ensure that council members, vice mayor, and mayors have support that is on par with other elected officials in the region. I've seen some of the budgetary requests get approved. I think that we might be able to muster some support for that. So I'd like for that to come back as well. I don't know if we have consensus to have that kind of conversation as well, but I think that goes hand in hand with money. Although we're not talking about a serious increase, but it's something. So it looks like there's a motion, but I would like to see, since more information is coming back about deferred compensation, I'd like to see more information about where we fall in the county in terms of compensation and how other council members, mayors, vice mayors are supported, and where our support falls. And hopefully we can have a more streamlined onboarding process and annual sort of check-in to ensure that all council members are receiving the same information and the same supports. Is that something that sounds okay to colleagues, to staff? Vice Mayor, you have a question?
Well,
Councilmember Erickson, I apologize.
So my motion is for the compensations to them with $12.61 and 26 cents. So we're clear on that. And that staff comes back with the deferred compensation and go through that so it's clear what that means. I don't know if we...
Can I get clarification? I think that the ordinance can be turned around very quickly and come back quickly. If council is looking to have the deferred compensation conversation at the same time, I think it's going to delay the ordinance coming back, because I believe that's going to require a lot more work to pull together all of the information and various options that the council may want to consider. So I'd like some direction as to whether we can separate those out and bring the ordinance back separate, and then deferred comp discussion as a separate item at maybe a later meeting. Still quickly,
That was
but
my thought, to actually have as two different
Okay,
because I remember when we instituted a 401K plan in my company, yeah, there was a lot of options, there was a lot of issues, there was, yeah. So I can see that that can, be something separate, but I think that compensation needs to happen as soon as we can, or?
Yeah, and I agree, I mean, I don't think it's okay to find out what the comparative.
No, yeah, and the
comparative
table of what our surrounding cities and so on, what they are compensated. We heard from colleague Pusa here that even with this race, we are still not as high as Santa Monica and
We
Beverly
can
Hills.
include the table of other cities in the staff report for the ordinance.
Thank you.
Sure.
So that's my motion. So it's two phases, right? So staff report with the table of our surrounding cities, an ordinance that with the increase of compensation to 1261 and 26, and then as a phase two, that staff also bring back the whole issue with deferred compensation and how that might, what the options are and so on. So council can look at that and then discuss that. Are we, Jeremy, am I clear enough?
You are quite clear. I have a motion
Thank you.
for staff to return with a staff report that includes a table of nearby city council salaries and an introduction of an ordinance to increase the salaries to 1261.26 ASAP, but as late as October 14th, and then defer the deferred compensation discussion to a later date. I have a motion by Councilmember Erickson, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes. 4 ayes, absent Councilmember Vera. That's unanimous.
I do want to make sure we don't lose a process for onboarding for council members and an annual check-in in terms of whatever policies that might have changed on the state level, Brown Act trainings, whatever that needs to be done. Is that something that needs a motion or? Okay. Thank you.
Mayor,
Okay.
I had also requested that some time ago as well. So thanks for lifting that one up.
Okay. So A2 again is pulled, so that'll come back at another time. So now we're on A3. Excuse me.
Good evening, honorable council members. Staff recommends that the city council discuss and provide the city manager direction on the public input plan to determine the future use of the city-owned property at 11029 Washington Boulevard, including a proposed on-site temporary art project. Staff has proposed a public input plan in the staff report that would begin this month and wrap up in December, with the city council to consider the public input at a meeting in January. Highlights of the plan include an online input tool for members of the public to submit their ideas, and a Saturday morning open house at the site itself with food, where ideas collected so far will be presented and attendees can give feedback. The highlight of the open house will be an interactive with Culver City artist laureate Katie Krantz. Ms. Krantz has proposed a second phase of her mural at the site, which would involve a mosaic created in conjunction with the community on the side of the building. The mosaics would be mounted on removable board so that they could live on if the building were to be demolished in the future. Ms. Krantz and Cultural Affairs Manager Sally Unsworth are available tonight if the council has any questions about the art aspect of the project. That concludes our report, and we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have public comments, City Clerk?
We have 2 speakers.
Okay, let's hear the speakers.
Our first speaker is Melissa Sanders. Melissa, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
So sorry, not paying attention, so my apologies. We're on what part of the meeting? I was totally embarrassed, but that's where I am.
Item A3.
Oh, A3. Oh, the Reading building. This was an example, sorry. The $6 million that's been discussed for the bike bridge could be used to do whatever for this property. So I have really no idea specifically, other than the fact that we need to make our money back. And so whatever it is has to be profitable. So I don't care if it's an amusement park, if you want to legalize gambling in Culver City, whatever. But we need to get revenue, and I suggest that we do whatever outside of the box thinking we can do to generate revenue. So that was my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Richardson.
People didn't want to speak on this, but I hear there's going to be an input on people's ideas about this. I left with the sentiment of what would you call Culver City if there wasn't a lot of injustice and oppression? So the idea, the key word here, and I know Yasmin and some of you agreed, two words come to mind: safety. But the word I want to use today is health. And what does that mean to you? Whose definition of health is very profound, because it's not just trying to prevent lack of health, disease, or otherwise. It's trying to make sure that it never happens to begin with. What does this mean financially? I want to propose something ahead of time, because I'm going to see you Wednesday. That'll be my birthday. I'm going to see you Wednesday about financing. Two ideas for what you can turn that building to, and it can still be artist friendly. You can turn it to a true community health club, where something that doesn't necessarily exist in the country, Wall Street, but what if you thought about a true community, Culver City focused Wall Street exchange that is actually for the community, those who live there, so that when people who want to serve the community, they don't have to do an exchange of time. And now I'm doing a sacrifice where I don't even know if I'm going to have myself together. That's one thing. There's another thing. We'll talk about it on my birthday. See you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, I think the sooner we get something going on this, the better. When I looked at the program that staff had put together, my first reaction was that, well, this is a little long. But then when I thought about, well, we run into all these holidays, so the effective time is really September, October. I think it's fine. I just think that we need to very quickly come to back to council, so council can make decision how to move forward on this property. Because I agree that we need to figure out how to get our money back, right? We paid $6.5 million. The property was valued at $3.5 million, so we have $3 million in really fluff that we put in. And for real reasons. It wasn't that we were spending money because we could. There were other people bidding on the business that was there, right? So we bought the business and closed it down, and that costed us $3 million. But we need to figure out a way how to get that money back, not just the land value of 3.5, maybe that's 4 now, but also the other 3 million, so we can make our general fund whole again. So I think that something that has a commercial value. And then we also need housing, right? So the zoning and general plan we put together actually has that area as mixed use. And I think that's probably what needs to be done there. The problem is the property is too small. You know, it will allow for 10 housing units. That's it. So that's a challenge. So I think that we also should solicit proposals from developers what they think they might do. People that are in that area who owns other properties around there, either in the back where you have housing, buildings and so on, they might be interested to expand, I don't know. But I think we should make an effort to really involve all the property owners around, 500 feet or whatever, so they can weigh in, because maybe there's something we don't see that could be done with that property. But I think it's really important to figure out a way how we get housing and how we get revenue.
Councilmember Fuson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the staff report and the plan. It's an ambitious plan, but I know we need to go, and I think it's well thought out and really detailed. In some ways, this does remind me of like the distant cousin example of participatory budget process. So I'm very excited and curious to see how it goes. I'm really curious to hear what the community has to say and what they want to see happen with this space. I know a lot of people have reached out with ideas, but really want to, do a lot of outreach and to hear back from them. There are a lot of outreach, like I know there's QR codes that are going to go home with in backpacks for our students and community groups and organizations. Do we have like a list of HOAs and like neighborhood associations? I know in the past the mayor has asked about like faith-based institutions. Do you have like stuff like that so we have a really robust, I know we have like businesses that we always reach out to as well, but just when we do community outreach like this, we have a really robust outreach list?
We have a list that we put together for the general plan update. It's, a couple of years old at this point, so we're in the process of refreshing it and adding to it, and bringing it up to date, and this will be the first sort of use of the new list.
Oh, great. Oh, that's great to hear. Okay, other than that, I'm really excited for this and looking forward to the outcome. And excited for the art project. It looks really great, and it'll be a great final project for the Artist Laureate. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Well, there also is a question about the artwork. We didn't comment on that, right? And I, in my mind, I would really see this building being handed over to someone and torn down and built into something new ASAP. So I don't know the functionality of doing the artwork. The cost is a couple of $1,000s. I see that. And it's removable. This building might be demolished in March. So we just have, it's sort of a community art project. I'm a little concerned about, it goes up and then, 3 months later we have to take it down and tear down the building, and now we have to figure out where we're going to put this, because it's going to be specifically made for those alcoves on the front. So I'm a little, not fully with the Cultural Affairs Commission on this one, but they are the experts, so maybe this is a good thing to do.
Councilmember Puzo, did you want to expound more on the art piece? Are you all right? Did you want to expound more on the art, or are you okay?
I mean, how long are art installations typically do they run for? Generally, I mean, it depends, I know, but.
It totally depends, and I think that, this is a fairly durable material, so it could be repurposed. It's tile that will be, drawn, and Katie could speak to that as well, she's on, but I think that the idea is that we're putting it on a board that would be adhered to the building, but could be removed and repurposed somewhere else.
Great, yeah, I'm fine with it. I think the cost is reasonable, I've seen art installations for a short amount of time, and it's a culmination of her tenure as Artist Laureate.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, okay, got it. Yeah, thanks for the presentation, and I'm excited for not just the art itself, but the community building that it entails, and it's coming from the Cultural Trust Fund, which is well-funded, and it's only $5,700. Maybe we reach out to the schools to see if, ahead of time, to see if maybe they can be creative and repurpose it themselves. I like the program in terms of outreach. The devil's in the details and making sure that we get to the public. My kind of anecdotal feedback from a lot of community members, it was mostly back when we first did the purchase, was, community benefit, housing, and get our money back. So let's see what we hear back from a more formalized process. And I guess we're going to, in January, when this comes back, that's when we would talk about, I would think, an RFP process that's structured around what the community is directing, when obviously council direction, but.
Yeah, I would hope that you would see the plethora of ideas that the community has, and if there's consensus around one particular idea or the council prefers one particular idea, then you could pursue that particular idea at that time. And depending on what the idea is that everyone's sort of coalescing around, you could do an RFP or some other process.
Okay. Yeah, we'll determine that in January.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then I want to correct Councilmember Erickson. We didn't buy the business. They got rid of it, but there was a 1-year, I don't know what the term is, but the use of the building could stay as a gun store for 1 year, and as long as it wasn't interrupted by another use. So to interrupt that process, we purchased the land. That's the way I recall it. But the business owner was shutting down their business. So
that was
I just want to make sure a whole other discussion doesn't happen in the public based off of that. So yeah, I'm excited to go forward with this. I'm in favor. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you to staff for the hard work in preparing the staff report and putting together a pretty comprehensive plan of outreach. I know not a lot of folks came out this evening, but when we first had this, we had, I don't know, maybe 12, 15 folks come with some concrete ideas at that initial agenda item in terms of community engagement and what could potentially be in the space. So I hope that folks are still excited about reimagining that space and how it could be more life-affirming for our community. I did just want to ask if the level of community input you would describe this, Assistant City Manager Mays, if we were like gauging like how robust this was, just for information purposes.
Well, we were responding to, I think it was your request for a gold standard. So we were hoping for a gold star.
Wonderful. Okay, it looks pretty good to me. I don't have any complaints. That's rare for me. I always think it could be room. Ms. Krantz's duration as artist laureate conclude?
In the end of December.
At the end of December, okay. Well, she's definitely had a really meaningful tenure already. I'm really grateful that Dear Culver City is still, folks are still engaging with that space. It's always cool to kind of just see people looking, kind of turning the clay pieces, and now there'll be another, hopefully, while it will live on the building for a bit, hopefully we can find another place for it to live in our community when the space becomes something else. Councilmember Puza already touched on some other availability sites that I didn't see here, so I'm grateful for that, and I'm grateful that we're updating the general plan list. But I'm really grateful for the work that staff has done and really incorporating and responding to our community's concerns regarding this land. It's been a long time coming, but I'm really grateful that we are here this evening and looking forward to hearing the input. Do we have like a goal of how many feedbacks, touches, surveys that we might want to get? Feeling ambitious, feeling optimistic?
Let's say, I don't know, 250.
Okay.
I think if,
That feels low.
well, once you see the
Listen.
input tool, it requests a lot of information. It's not just a yay or nay.
Got it.
So we'll
So,
see.
Okay.
You know,
Let's see if we can do it.
500, I don't know. 500 seems like a lot. I think 250, we'd be doing good, but we'll
Let's say
see.
250, and then the reach goal is 500. So everybody tell your friends when you get the Gov delivery that everyone in this room is signed up for. Make sure to spread it around so everyone can be a part of the process. All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. Are there any other, do we need a formal motion to move forward with this plan, incorporating the art component and the timeline that's set forth in the staff report?
That would be great. And I have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien already.
Wonderful. Do we have a second?
We have a second by Councilmember Erickson, and that's to approve the staff's plan of outreach to
Wonderful.
determine the future of the city-owned property at 11029 Washington Boulevard, including a proposed on-site temporary art project and incorporating direction
Wonderful.
that we got tonight. Please vote. All members have voted, and that passes unanimously. 4 ayes, absent Councilmember Vera.
All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you so much. We are now at A4. Can we have a staff report?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Shelley Wolfberg, Assistant to the City Manager. This evening, staff recommends the City Council discuss adopting a position or take no position on the Los Angeles County Government Structure, Ethics, and Accountability Charter Amendment ballot measure, which will appear on the November 5th ballot. And give us some direction to give staff direction. The ballot measure is in your materials. Would the council like me to read the ballot measure? No, just move on, okay.
Maybe top lines for the public, for the record?
Oh, sure.
Like top lines.
So they're being proposed, what's being proposed is elected county executive, independent ethics commission to increase restrictions on lobbying and investigate misconduct, and establish a nonpartisan legislative analyst to review proposed county policies, and increase the Board of Supervisors number from 5 to 9 elected members. And there's some other information in there as well. So why are we here tonight? On August the 8th, at the Westside Cities Council of Governments meeting, there was a request from Councilmember Mirisch from the City of Beverly Hills for the Westside Cities COG to take action and support this reform at the next Westside Cities COG board meeting, which is going to be on October 10th. So I've included some motions for suggestions for the City Council, and I can try to answer questions if you have them. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's sort of interesting, this proposal. I definitely agree with that, increasing the number of supervisors from 5 to 9. That's something I think should have been done a long time ago. You know, a supervisor now has about 2 million voters or residents. So going to 9 probably would increase people's sense of actually being able to have conversation with their county supervisor and the office in a more effective way. The ethics suggestions, I think, also is something that's really good. The thing is that the Board of Supervisors can actually do most of those ethics suggestions already today. They don't need a resolution for that. And then the proposal of having an elected county CEO, I'm absolutely opposed to. It's, for me, that's like the poison pill that was put in here. It's like our city manager would be an elected position, right? Can you imagine the political wrangling that would happen every 4 years when the city manager was out there trying to get reelected again, and who he aligned with on the council, who then would help him, and how that would play out the following, I think it's I don't agree with that. And to my surprise, I found that our county supervisor, Holly Mitchell, agrees with me, that she also felt that that was a little, took power away from the county board of supervisors and had some issues. And also Supervisor Barg also opposed. So this was passed by a 3-2 vote to put on the ballot. And I agree with our county supervisor Mitchell on this. I think if that CEO hadn't been put in there as an elected position, and I know they're going to be voted on every 4 years, but we know how it works with incumbent, and we know how I want the best professional in that job. I don't want the best shrewd politician. So that was really sad when I saw that. So that's, I actually suggest that we should not support this.
Councilmember Fuza.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the staff report, and bringing this to our attention. It's definitely an interesting concept. A lot of work has gone into this over the years. As mentioned, there are 10 million people in the county. That means each supervisor has a constituency of 2 million people each. It's incredible that there is an all-female board currently, and theoretically adding more seats to the body would possibly lead to increasing the diversity of leadership. At the same time, I think while the idea is really interesting and intriguing, I'm really taking into account a lot of the questions surrounding the process of this measure. Just asking for more data in general, more data around why we're moving from 5 to 9. Not necessarily opposed to it, but just understanding why those numbers, questions about the reform task force, just more information about that. Agreed with my colleague about the elected executive position. That's a lot of power for one person. And then just questions about the fiscal feasibility of the whole process. Or all the changes. I am sure these will all be answered in due time, but in the meantime, for our city's purposes, I will most likely be voting no, taking a no position on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with my colleagues. I really do like the idea of increasing the number of supervisors. I think I do know that Supervisor Mitchell does a really good job, at least outreaching to our council. I've had several opportunities to bend her ear, so to speak, and I value that. Having smaller districts, I think, would enhance the enfranchisement that folks feel, that it's just difficult to spread the budget money that the supervisors get amongst, those 2 million people, or the communities that those 2 million people live in. So I do think that that element would be beneficial for the population, but that one poison pill that Councilmember Erickson mentioned about the elected executive is a real problem. And because of that, I cannot support this. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Grateful for staff for drafting the staff report and doing a brief overview for us. I am, it is election season. Y'all get out and register to vote. Regardless of our position on this, please read up on all of the state and county measures so that you are knowledgeable and feel comfortable about the decisions you are making in the upcoming election. That aside, I am grateful, for our supervisor of the 2nd District, Holly J. Mitchell's leadership last year, where she, I forget who her second was, but her and another supervisor stood together to propose this idea of expansion of the board. It was pretty revolutionary at the time, and as alongside with that motion, there was some data and benchmarking around, is it 9? Is it 12? Is it, 50? Because there should be some study and metrics around that. I think that motion is still outstanding, and they're still collecting information. So, while I think everyone is united thinking about wanting to have more representation and more responsive government, I think the question of why the number was selected, I'm curious about it. Definitely brings us in the right direction, but definitely curious about that. Also appreciate our current Board of Supervisors Chair, Lindsay Horvath, and her leadership. She's inspiring coming, from her background and being a young person at the table. But I do just have more questions than answers at this time, and I think this measure could have utilized just a bit more time baking. A bit more time with more details so that, folks could feel comfortable about moving forward. So at this time, I just have too many questions. I definitely have concerns about the elected position, who that would be, the kind of money someone would have to raise to have that kind of position. And I had never, before this measure came up, even heard that as a desire of a community to have this sort of role be elected. So also, again, curious about the sourcing of that amendment. We love, new ideas. It's always encouraging when folks are lifting up their hands and putting new ideas into the ethos. But at this time, it seems that we are all in consensus in either taking a position of no or not taking a position at all. So I'll just look for a motion from my colleagues on this. Thank you for your comments.
So first, thank you, because this is going to be my guidance for the Westside COG meeting in October, right? So, and my motion here is that we take a no position at this time.
It's not available, but I'll second.
Okay, great, thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Erickson, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to take a no position on the LA ballot measure. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously. 4 ayes, absent Councilmember Vera.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll resume with public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we know how many speakers we have?
We have 9 speakers signed up.
Let's proceed.
I'm going to go ahead and call all names. We have Melissa Sanders, Connor Profit, Stephanie Sharp, Knox Gagnon, Salim Elim, Estela Avalos, Gary Zeiss, Jessica Albers, and Maria Begg. So we'll start off with Melissa Sanders. Melissa, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I was actually at Temple Akiba earlier and I missed my first call. I think what I would like to say is if there's any resolution, it should be that people cannot come to the council chambers to demand something that the council has absolutely no authority on whatsoever and will not affect the day-to-day life within Culver City boundaries. But that said, my most concerning part of all of this is that all I keep hearing about is the Palestinian, children. Well, it's as if the Israeli children don't exist, that the Israeli families don't exist, that October 7th doesn't exist. I find it pretty terrifying that a huge group of people want to stand up and support Hamas when they have spent how many hundreds of millions of dollars tunneling under their own communities just for terrorism instead of actually lifting their people out of poverty. It's really very sad that that's where we are. This is not a genocide. This is a war. And if Hamas would not use their citizens as shields and not put tunnels in people's homes, then we wouldn't have this issue. So stop only complaining about Israel bombing when the Hamas have been the ones to commit the worst terror upon Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Connor Profit.
Yeah, could I wait till Mayor McMorrin gets back to speak?
She can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm here before the Culver City Council again tonight to call for a permanent ceasefire resolution and release of all hostages, including unjustly held political prisoners. I think that a ceasefire is the safest thing for all people living in that land, Jews, Muslims, whoever. And I think that there's a deliberate conflation of Judaism with Zionism to justify the ongoing slaughter of civilians. I don't think that's fair. I wrote a letter to the Culver City Crossroads where I mourn the deaths of Israeli children on October 7th, as I mourn the deaths of the thousands of Palestinian children who have died since. So I'm asking the Culver City Council to please agendize a ceasefire resolution. I thank the members who have met with us and spoken with us, even if they don't agree. But I would especially ask our progressive members to not be progressive except for Palestine. This is something that matters to our community. It's tearing it apart, and we need a resolution to bring our community back together. We cannot only be progressive when it is convenient, we must be progressive when it is hard. Martin Luther King was not just someone we bring up in modern politics because now he's dead. So Martin Luther King was a radical, and we should be radicals in our time, radicals for peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Sharp, followed by Knox Gagnon. Knox Gagnon. Not seeing him online or on WebEx. We're gonna keep going here. Our next speaker is Salem Elam. Not seeing her in chambers. Our next speaker is Estela Avalos. Not seeing them in chamber or on WebEx. Gary Zeiss. Gary, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Council, Member Warren. Once again, we're here with the same issue. And once again, the same thing is true. Culver City has no agency here. A resolution won't save a child, won't stop a bomb, won't stop a bullet, and won't free a hostage. All it'll do is pit one side of the community against the other. I've heard several speakers tonight say they speak for Jews. They don't. They speak for a portion of them. Yes. I happen to be ethnically Jewish. They don't speak for me. For them to assert that they do is factually correct. But ultimately, my biggest problem with this is that it's performative. And, it's a hard decision to make to do this or not. I understand that. But once it's done, nothing will come of it. What if we instead reimagined that and did something to actually help maybe a family, maybe a Palestinian family, maybe a Palestinian family who have children who need medical care that they can't get in Palestine, and work with our community, with the mosque, with the synagogue, with the churches, and with those of us who don't believe, to bring a family here and to provide them with life-saving help. That would mean something. That would save a life. That would help somebody. We want to put our money where our mouth is. We should do something like that. Not just pass a resolution because we've got a bunch of people screaming for it. We'll then take it to the next city and scream over there. We need it if we want to do something, and I would be all for doing something to help a Palestinian family. We should do something that will actually help somebody. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Albers. Not seeing them in chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Maria Begg.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maria. I'm a Culver City resident. I've been here the past few weeks asking this council to agendize and pass a ceasefire resolution. I have been joined every week with the people that you see before you. And to say that this resolution is divisive doesn't make any sense to me. Because what I see when we are here every week and when we meet with council members is that this resolution is bringing our community together. We are Black, brown, white, Asian, Hispanic, Muslim, Jewish, Christian, non-denominational, every single background you can think of, we are a part of. This community is coming together to ask for a ceasefire resolution because it does matter. Everything we do matters. There is a genocide happening. Asking for an end to a genocide should not be divisive. Asking for children, men, and women to not be killed every single day is not divisive. Agendizing and passing a ceasefire resolution is not divisive. So, council, I ask you, what are you waiting for? If you can be convinced not to care about people that are in a different country, you can be convinced not to care about people that live in a different state, that live in a different county, that live in a different city, that live in a different neighborhood, that live in a different house. So are you going to sit here and tell us that you don't care about somebody other than yourself unless you get something from it? Agendize and pass a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Next speaker is Hung Ning Elbig.
Hello, council members. Sorry I wasn't able to attend earlier when my name was called. I agree with everyone here. I think I started writing you letters in November, so it's been 10 months and 40,000 deaths, if not more, later. Maybe a month ago, I gave you my health statistics like I always do, and there have been 1,000 deaths since then. I just wanted to stop. It breaks my heart every day. I'm asking you to agendize this ceasefire resolution. If we do, we can get better. If we don't, we stay where we are 10 months ago, 10 years ago. We can't move past this point. It's just going to get harder. But I think if you can trust the community and do the work that you've been doing, we can move on from this. So I'd like for you to put in motion tonight to agendize this. We are willing to discuss with Human Relations to try to figure out how this could work. We don't want to place it in Human Relations directly because we want this to be a discussion. I hope that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for this item.
So sorry, I normally keep my speaker on. Any items from members? Councilmember Erickson?
No.
Items from members or requested agendas? Nothing from Councilmember Erickson. Anything from you, Councilmember Kusa?
No, Mayor.
Anything from Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so coming off what I said earlier at the beginning of the meeting, and knowing that people are hurting on both sides or both communities, both folks from the Jewish community, folks and allies of that community, and the same from the Palestinian or Arab or Islamic community and those that are allies. It's clear that everyone's talking to their own allies. And those that have disagreements are not talking. And because of that, I would like to direct the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee to begin an effort at their next meeting. I would like to put on the agenda to bring these communities together, to bring the leaders of the communities together to have conversations and to talk. And what comes out of that would be up to those that partake in that. Because us dictating what the terms are of anything we do up here, without that kind of input, is alienating another. And either all voices matter or none of them matter. And that's where it's got to start. So I'm requesting that we send to Iraq at their next meeting direction to create a moderated forum, and I say this in a figurative way, not in a literal way, whatever that is, so that these two communities and those that advocate for them can actually come together and not talk around each other and over each other. That's my request. Nodding heads.
I have this is not a conversation, I'm so sorry. But for staff, I remember when I requested a committee on women and girls, there was concern expressed to the workload of Iraq. Do they have room in their schedule to have a conversation like this in their next meeting? I know the land acknowledgement is still something that we're working on. We were going to try to get that by Indigenous History Month.
If Dana's still online, we can ask her.
Okay.
But I am not aware of what their schedule is for their next meeting.
Okay.
Let me see if Dana's here still. I don't see her, no.
Okay,
We'd
so
have to
she's
get
out.
back to you on that.
And the Interfaith Council was supposed to be on the agenda for this month, but it looks like it got bumped to the 14th. Could that potentially be a space for this kind of conversation if it was created?
At
Looks
ERAC.
like-
At ERAC.
So I think the interfaith conversation is separate from ERAC, but we'll have to hear back from staff if it's feasible, but it's my understanding their work plan was full. Is that, well, I thought that's what it was. So we don't have any information?
Mayor, we'll have to get back to you.
Okay.
Because the staff that support ERAC are not online, so we're not able to answer at this point.
You're
So
right.
If possible, if not the next meeting. But the next meeting is 17th, which is soon.
The next ERAC meeting?
Yeah, according to the online calendar.
We're happy to meet with you, we just don't want this to die. We're not going anywhere.
I've been working for 25 years.
We will come here and I will bring more of my friends. All of the allies will be coming to this meeting every single time until you stand up for what is just and right. Don't kill this.
Thank you.
Don't kill this. We're happy to meet with you.
Do we have any requests to adjourn?
Can't you just at least let us be on the books for God's sake?
I'm sorry.
The soonest possible meeting, as soon as possible ERAC meeting. My request is for the soonest possible ERAC meeting. It would be ideal if it was the next.
Well, we need the direction from the council.
Miss, please. Miss.
You are refusing to do the same for the Middle Eastern community. Can we please just get it in Iraq? Please don't let this die. It's not right. You are
So is
dismissing
there
it.
a motion to? Are we looking for nodding heads? What do we need to move forward? Because we kind
Yeah,
of
we're
need to
looking
wrap
for
this up.
3 nodding
Nodding
heads.
heads,
So
and
we
I'd like
see
it to be-
Dan,
So,
Councilmember O'Brien.
I can just add this, that I was in a meeting with Albert Vera, with a few of them that sits here in the front row. And at that time, Albert also indicated that he felt that Iraq was a place that this could go to really start healing the rift. So he's not here, but I'm just referring to his opinion, right? So,
I know he would support it. He wanted me to make sure all of us met with Iraq, so that would be great, but he's not here, so.
I have a nodding head from Vice Mayor O'Brien, and I'm looking for 2 more to remand it to Iraq.
yeah.
Councilmember Erickson has also consented.
November, you're saying that you don't even want us to meet with Iraq? What is that? That's not
Okay.
Okay,
I mean,
thank you. We do not have the 3 nodding heads necessary.
What? We are Jews and Palestinians. You don't even
Can we
want us
have a motion to adjourn?
Sorry.
Have a motion to adjourn?
I know, but let us continue and end the meeting.
Take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Shame on you.
I'll take a voice motion. Who's make the motion?
Well, I second the motion to adjourn. I don't know who made the
Okay.
motion.
Who made the motion to adjourn? Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion by Council O'Brien, a second by Council Member Erickson to adjourn. Please vote. The time is 10:45.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for one more vote. Thank you. You're adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks.